Baked Beans by Ephraim Cutter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betsie Bush, July 2011. Baked Beans, a serio-humorous medical paper by Ephraim Cutter, M.D., New York City. Ethics, chemics, physiologics, morphologics, pathologics, and culinary ethics. It is curious that the term beans is a standard of ethical knowledge. For example, I have known boys and men to say of a person, most likely a newcomer who proved to be unusually ignorant of the local manners and customs of their neighborhood, in a sneering way, "That fellow don't know beans." This means that the person in question was almost non-compass. Why intellectual, mental, and moral capacity should be connected with beans is difficult to explain, as a good many other customs are. It is more difficult to explain why the same article of food has been humorously connected with aesthetic culture since the science of aesthetics deal with sight and sound only. There seems no reason why it should not include taste, because mankind, as far as possible, selects food by the pleasurable taste of the article in question, and because the delight and pleasure found in food comes closer to life than music and the fine arts. People can live without music, sculptures, and paintings, but not without eating. Surely all food should be judged not on the ground of tasting good, looking good, smelling good, or because it is an ethical food, that is, a conventional food for a certain locality, class, or race of people. It is wise to select food on these grounds, but not on these alone, because what is sweet to the taste, savory in smell, beautiful in looks, and an ethical food may not contain: A. Chemical elements enough for a good food. B. Its form, morphological, elements may be such as to resist more or less thoroughly the digestion, and thus not be a good C. Physiological food, but be D. A pathological food, or one which causes sooner or later chronic or acute diseases. Can the average man who is very hungry for food be attracted by the delights of the eye or ear? To be sure, these are found in a first-class banquet, in order to make the pleasures of the occasion complete. The arts of architects, painters, florists, upholsterers, drapers, gold, silver, and ironsmiths, potters, glass workers, tailors, dressmakers, hairdressers, perfumers, jewelers, sculptors, musicians, and after-dinner speakers are added to the arts of confectioners, caterers, cooks, and waiters, to charm the eyes, ears, tastes, and olfactory nerves of the guests. And when all these are harmoniously and fittingly combined, the result is what may be termed a supreme effort to gratify the love of the beautiful and to make the occasion memorable, because the bodies and souls of the guests have been so pleasantly influenced from so many different points of aesthetic contact. It must be admitted that eaters of baked beans, when well cooked, get a pleasure without the above additional attractions. Culture has been mentioned in connection with this article of diet. It goes as a jest that the modern Athens is indebted to baked beans for its high intellectual standing, perhaps on the ground that beans are rich in phosphoric acid, and that the same element is found in nerve tissues. The more highly organized the nerve tissues, the better brain work will they produce. Be this as it may, we cannot go quite so far as the opinion we heard expressed lately that this article of New England diet may explain the abundant crop of isms and novel ideas in social and political economy, theology, and mechanics, that were a high wall built up round about New England to shut out the world, the inhabitants would perish from their own conflicts of new ideas and the baneful effects of malnutrition; that emigration has been a conservant power, breaking up old habits of living and hence introducing a closer adaptation to the ordinary intellect and body. We quote this not in approval, but to show how this class of people appears to an outside thinker who does not follow the same lines of diet as to legumes. However, it must be said that canned beans are shipped to all quarters, and Boston baked beans are advertised freely, showing that emigration does not kill the love of them. A traveler all over the Union remarked in the cars, a short time since, that wherever he goes in Kansas, Nebraska, Idaho, Dakota, etc., and finds a Boston lady keeping house, he was sure to find baked beans prepared in the conventional style. During the war in 1861, the New England troops were not satisfied until baked beans were put on the army ration. No aesthetics in baked beans. They are liked because they excite pleasure in eating. The eaters anticipate their pleasure, and make more talk about them than of any other article of food. It is doubtful if any amount of persuasion could induce them to give up beans, even if proved to be deleterious, an exciting cause of consumption, and the diseases that arise from imperfect digestion. Indeed, if the gentleman who expressed the opinion above quoted were to take it down East, he would have a hard time, from the very fact that he would touch a tender chord. To show the truth of this position, the following is quoted from the Boston Commercial Bulletin, February 12, 1887, from an article entitled "Forefathers' Food, Poetry, and Pork." 9,000,000 pounds of canned baked beans annually consumed in this country, of which Boston packs 70%. The following is a sample of baked beans poetry, 4 verses of which are from the Baltimore Weekly Magazine, October 13, 1818, and the 5th verse added by a Chicago daily of late date. Baked Beans. Oh, how my heart yearns for my own native land, where potatoes and squashes and cucumbers grow, where cheer and good welcome are always at hand, and custards and pumpkin pies smoke in a row, where pudding the visage of hunger serenes, and what is far dearer, the pot of baked beans. Let Maryland boast of her dainties profuse, her large watermelons and cantaloupes fine, her turtle and oysters and terrapin stews, and soft crabs high zested with brandy and wine. Ah, never my heart from my native land weans, when smokes on the table the pot of baked beans. The pot of baked beans, with what pleasure I saw it, well seasoned, well porked, by some rosy-faced dame, and when from the glowing hot oven she'd draw it, well crisped and well browned, to the table it came. Oh, give me, my country, the land of my teens, of the dark Indian pudding and pot of baked beans. The pot of baked beans! Ah, the muse is too frail, its taste to descant on, its virtue to tell. But look at the sons of New England so hale, and her daughters so rosy, 'twill teach thee full well. Like me, it will teach thee to sigh for the means of health, and oh, rapture, the pot of baked beans. A Yankee. Poor Yankee! You lived half a century too soon, and pined in your loneliness for the loved dish. Today any grocer would sing a new tune, and give you the article just as you'd wish, and you every day could revive youthful scenes with Spriggins and Company's Boston baked beans. Canned beans are cooked as follows. After soaking and dosing with molasses and 3 or 4 ounces of best salt pork, they are sealed in a tin can. Then heated to 250 degrees to 260 degrees Fahrenheit in a closed steam retort. When removed, the cans are pierced to let out the steam and afterwards resealed. This mode is thought to be very effective, and a morphological examination by the writer shows the following. Sample 1. Boston baked beans, patented August 7, 1877, put up and warranted by the Grocers' Packing Company. The starch grains retained their form and polarized light as much as the sack of cellulose that contained them. Hence it is doubtful whether this mode of cooking is as effective as the old-fashioned way. These beans were put into a Chamberlain steamer and steamed for half an hour. The result was that the starch grains ceased to polarize light, but their forms were not destroyed. Sample 2, packed by the Oneida Community, New York. Under microscope, the starch grains did not polarize the light and were distinct in form, though slightly changed, showing a better cooking than in Sample 1. Sample 3, Riverside Farm Baked Beans, Portland, Maine. Every can guaranteed. Under microscope, starch grains polarize light and retain their raw form. I should advise more cooking for this brand. The dangers of improperly prepared beans are touchingly set forth in the following contribution to baked beans literature in a California journal. See Boston Commercial Bulletin, February 12, 1887. Boston Baked Beans. The boy stood at the kitchen fire. Upon it was a kettle, within its spacious hollow sphere a can of bright white metal. The can contained 2 pounds of beans, the what-you-may-call-it brand, the poorest, meanest kind of beans that's in the market canned. His father called. He could not go. His face grew brighter still. He watched the steam with happiness, and never thought of ill. There came a burst of thunder sound. The boy, oh, where was he? Ask of the steam that fragments left, wherever one could see. The water kettle, boy, and can of beans the floor bestrew. But when I tell the cause of this, you'll say he got his due. The beans were cheap and poorly canned. The can with gas was filled, for fermentation had set in, by which the boy was killed. And so the boy has disappeared, but in one sense remains, and leaves a moral: use a brand of which no one complains. This is more applicable when it is remembered how remarkably fond children are of this dish. The English never eat beans, and call them horse food. Given a food that is good for man, 1. Aesthetically, 2. Chemically, 3. Morphologically, and 4. Physiologically, there is danger of its being a bad food unless it is properly cooked. This remark introduces a fact of incalculable moment in our day and generation, that the culinary department of life's work is one which may be made an engine of life or death. The difficulties which now trouble the kitchen, and the painful stories of girls and women starving over needlework in serving counters and other departments of ill-paid labor, calling on our compassion, for some find the path to moral ruin, while, at the same time, there are plenty of kitchens calling for help, show the need of impressing the fact that kitchens are a greater source of power than the thoughtless cooks dream of. Who are cooks? Our mothers, grandmothers, and servant girls. Why should cookery be thought drudgery? It is one of the misnomers of Satan, and designed to injure mankind. Any honorable labor which is necessary to the existence of the human race should not be deemed drudgery. Certainly cooking is essential to human existence, and hence a cook is not a drudge. Rather, a cook is like air, a life-supporter. Is there dishonor in that employment? Again, a practical and indispensable acquaintance with subjects of the highest importance, which involve topics that have challenged the best intellectual talents of the savants of all ages, certainly is compatible with the highest dignity and grandeur that a human being can attain to. If we refer to the physics and chemics of heat in cooking, we have such a subject containing intricate, abstruse, and hidden phenomena which have defied the scientific world. Count Rumford's fame comes from having done the most of any in this direction. He will be remembered not because he was a count, wealthy, clad in fine raiment, the pet of the nations, the associate of kings, although these things are not to be despised, but as the discoverer and demonstrator that heat is a form of motion equally convertible. Besides, he was a cook. He did not dignify the office of cook, it dignified him. Indeed, his culture was an ornament to his cooking. Every cook who does good work is in the same company as Rumford. Perhaps the greatest satisfaction one can take in life is the fact of having done something for somebody which has made him happy, or done good to his physical existence by keeping his body in good condition so that he may in time do good to others. If cooks did not know it, they can take this satisfaction every time they broil a steak properly, make good bread, tea, coffee, bake beans rightly, etc. They can feel that their services are of positive value, whether recognized or not, and entitle them to self-respect 3 times a day. Away, then, with the false notion that cooking is worse labor and more degrading than sewing and clerking on starvation wages. I once knew a man who kept a restaurant in Boston who retired wealthy because he made a specialty of baked beans properly cooked. Now this man's success in life shows that the good quality of the cooking pays well. The same is true of other articles of diet. The Parker House at Boston was built up on the good quality of the bread, also the house of Smith and McNell of this city, which gives 10,000 meals a day because of good cooking. This firm cooks potatoes so that the starch is changed into glucose, as I have proved by chemical tests. The connection of food with aesthetics may seem to some far-fetched, but I assert that while a man's bowels wrestle in intestinal conflicts with illy or improperly cooked food, he cannot be very aesthetic as to music and painting, from the physical impossibility of having his nervous system engaged in 2 such works, i.e., first, difficult digestion, and second, aesthetic excitement. For a time, the cerebral nerve centers might ignore the intestinal nerve centers, but as life can go on without cerebration and cannot go on without digestion, so the latter will triumph and claim attention, provided the cause, illy digested food, is not removed. On the other hand, a man kept warm with a stomach filled with a good, well-cooked dinner will be an agreeable husband, so I have heard a good housewife say, and is in a condition to take delight in a concert room or in a picture gallery or in intellectual enjoyment. Chemics. The following tables are from Johnson's How Crops Grow, O. Judd and Company, New York, 1881. Table 1. Field beans. Number of analyses, 6. Percent of ash, 3.45. Potash, 40.50. Soda, 1.20. Magnesia, 6.70. Lime, 5.20. Phosphoric acid, 39.20. Sulfuric acid, 3.10. Silica, 1.20. Chlorine, 2.90. Garden beans. Number of analyses, 9. Percent of ash, 3.06. Potash, 44.01. Soda, 2.90. Magnesia, 7.50. Lime, 7.70. Phosphoric acid, 30.40. Sulfuric acid, 3.80. Silica, 0.80. Chlorine, 0.90. Table 2. Composition giving the average quantity of water, sulfur, ash, and ash ingredients in 1,000 parts of fresh or air-dry substance of seed beans. Phaseolus vulgaris, compared with wheat, by Professor Wolf. Water. Wheat 143.00, field beans 141.00, garden beans 148.00. Ash. Wheat 17.70, field beans 29.60, garden beans 26.10. Potash. Wheat 5.50, field beans 12.00, garden beans 11.05. Soda. Wheat 0.60, field beans 0.04, garden beans 0.08. Magnesia. Wheat 2.20, field beans 2.00, garden beans 2.00. Lime. wheat 0.60, field beans 1.50, garden beans 2.00. Phosphoric acid, wheat 8.20, field beans 11.60, garden beans 7.90. Sulfuric acid, wheat 0.40, field beans 1.50, garden beans 1.40. Silica, wheat 0.30, field beans 0.40, garden beans not available. Chlorine, wheat not available, field beans 0.80, garden beans 0.30. Sulfur, wheat 1.50, field beans 2.30, garden beans 2.50. A glance at the analysis of wheat, which is par excellence a good food for man, which has stood the test of ages, and which is called one of the royal grains, shows that beans are a good food chemically, containing more mineral matter, and hence admirable from this standpoint of view as a food for the solid tissues, teeth, hair, bones, corneas, nails, and epidermis. But on this view alone we should not estimate the value of beans as food, any more than from the aesthetic point of view. One could get these chemicals isolated in these proportions and eat them, but it would not necessarily follow that the human system would assimilate them, even if they did not prove poisonous and destructive to life. As the mineral food of plants must be in soluble and assimilable forms, combined with carbons, hydrogen, and oxygen, that is, in properly prepared manures, which are mainly soluble forms of mineral food, so must these same mineral and organic food elements be prepared for man in morphological or form elements, which are so disposed and arranged as to be easily digestible, that is, easily broken down by the human digestive organs and easily assimilable. For if the tissues of the beans, for example, are constructed to resist outside attacks, somewhat like an iron-clad, it is evident that no amount of chemical excellence will make them a first-class food worthy of the high estimates placed on them in some quarters. This introduces the next point of view to take in testing a food, to wit, the morphology of beans. Taking the bean botanically, it is the seed of the phaseolus species of the leguminose family. The seed is made of the germ and two lobes, called cotyledons, which are seed leaves loaded with starch to serve as food for the germ and for animals. The points of interest are: the seed is covered with a thick skin or envelope, which is made up of a set of beautiful prismatic crystal-like shapes of cellulose placed side by side longitudinally, so that these ends make the outside and inside surfaces of the skin or envelope, and appear very much like the tops of the Giant's Causeway crystals of trap rock. See Figure 1. Note: Figure 1. End and side views of the prisms of cellulose that make up the skin of the common white bean, baked but not thoroughly cooked. End note. The group to the right shows 3 or 4 rows of these cellulose bodies. They are displaced by the pressure of the cover and slide, and appear to be end to end. In the middle of each prism is an hourglass contraction, which is in the central axis and is surrounded with clear cellulose, which fills out the contour. To the left, 2 groups of the face of the outer bean membrane are seen showing the prism ends in contact. The crystal elements of the membrane are quite insoluble, polarize light, and resist the digestive influences of the alimentary canal. They are found in large quantities in the excrement of bean-eaters, and furnish a sure proof, when found, that beans or peas entered into the diet of the case under examination. In Figure 5 are seen 7 of these prisms which came from lima beans. Here the lateral surfaces are narrowed, leaving tack-like heads of irregular shapes at both ends. Note: Figure 5. Boiled lima bean. 4 sacs unbroken, contents partially disorganized. 1 digitate epithelium, group of 5 skin elements with tack heads in contact, while the bodies are apart, thus making a much weaker membrane than that of the common white bean. See Figure 1. Opposite are 2 skin form elements, more highly magnified. Lima bean better than the other because more easily cooked. See Figure 4 for raw lima bean to compare. End note. Of course, the membrane thus made cannot have the strength of the membrane of the common white bean, as the prisms do not touch along their sides. The epithelia of the common bean are seen in Figure 3, in the left lower quarter of field. Note: Figure 3. Common small white bean baked, not thoroughly cooked. Kept several days. Bacteria abundant. Prism elements of skin. Digitate epithelia. 2 parenchymatous bean sacs. 1 ruptured and discharging starch grains, the other whole. End note. While the epithelia of the lima bean are seen in Figure 2, left group. Note: Figure 2. Pavement epithelia of lima bean, boiled, with curious digitations. Cells filled with coloring matter, may be legumin. End note. It is well to note the remarkable interdigitations of these epithelia. When interlocked, unsoftened and unseparated by cooking, they must hold together the parts over which they are spread with great firmness. Indeed, if beans uncooked sojourn in the meatus of the ear, in the nostril, or in the alimentary canal, they remain unchanged more or less for a time, and are voided almost in the same condition as when they entered. No sane person would think of eating mature dry beans for food. The toughness, thickness, and peculiar structure of the envelope of the bean make it such a strong obstacle to digestion and assimilation. The structure of the bean is made up of starch grains, connective tissue, spiral vascular tissue, etc., etc. The starch is not peculiar in its appearance and is readily recognized. In a section of an uncooked bean, the starch grains appear in globular masses of varying sizes, filling up, apparently, the meshes of the connective fibrous tissues, which is quite thick, fibrous, homogeneous, polarizes light, and is probably cellulose or woolly fiber, very resistant to outside influences of any kind. See Figure 4. Note: Figure 4. Raw lima bean. Cross-section showing starch grains enclosed in meshes of connective fibrous tissue. Compare with Figure 5. End note. In a section of raw lima bean, the meshes appear as in one continuous network, making areolae. But when cooked by baking or boiling, there is a great change wrought, which is surprising, for the starch grains are found to be contained in sacs of thick cellulose which are distinct from each other and are of various sizes, shapes, and contours, containing a variable number of starch grains. See Figures 3 and 5. They are globular, piriform, elongated, compressed, apparently triangular, sometimes reminding of Difflugia cratera, sometimes of Pelomyaceae, and so on, but all covered with a transparent envelope or sac of cellulose, which looks like the clear margin of Gemiasma verdans, rubra, and plumba, found in malaria. The thickness of this coat is worth attention. Taking an average sac, I found it measured 8.5 millimeters, while the thickness of the clear investing sac measured 0.5 millimeters, so that the proportion of the case measured would be 8.5 to 0.5, 1/17 of the whole diameter for the investing sac. Or, to put it differently, if the sac were an egg 2 inches long and had a proportionately thick shell, it would be 1/4 of an inch thick, which certainly would be an extraordinary thickness for a hen's egg, and make it tougher than an ostrich's egg, one of which exploded at the Peabody Museum, New Haven, the other day, from the pressure of internal gases, and came near killing the scientific gentleman who was studying it. It is probable that it takes a great force to explode one of these sacks of baked beans. See Figure 3. The fact that so few of the sacs are found ruptured after cooking and after migrating through the alimentary canal shows a great power of resistance to digestive agencies. In Figure 3, the beans are not thoroughly cooked. This diagnosis was based on the following. 1. Action of polarized light. 2. Condition of the starch contained within the sacs. First, polarized light. On the uncooked starch grains, polarized light sets with great beauty, but when the starch is cooked, polarized light has no action. Hence, a good test of cooking is by polarized light. As the beans' starch grains are cooked, they polarize light less and less, and when cooked, to repeat, polarize it not at all. So one can judge at once as to whether the beans are cooked or not, by polarized light. The purple selenite stage slip is the best. The writer discovered this about 10 years ago and thinks he has the priority. However, this has been found so good a practical test that he thinks it must be adopted in the future. Second, condition of the bean starch grains. Before cooking, they are clean-cut, distinct. After thorough cooking, they lose their outlines and forms, blend into one homogeneous mass that is granular, devoid of structure, sometimes striated in coils, looking much like the solid extract of an herb as found in pharmacy, only not so deeply colored. The amount of disintegration, breaking down, and homogeneousness constitutes, in my opinion, a very good test for the thorough cooking of baked beans. Boiling the beans. See Figure 5. Boiling the beans serves to coagulate the protoplasm into a nucleus, leaving a clear groundwork about it. The grains are swelled and distributed more than in baking. These morphological changes are easy to study. A good 1/4 inch objective, a 2-inch eyepiece with a slide, cover, stand, and a toothpick are means ample to verify these statements from off one's own table. With the toothpick, small portions of the baked beans can be transferred to the slide. A little water and manipulation with the cover will distribute the specimen into an even field, and the slide is ready for the microscope. Those who have a polarizing apparatus can test the specimen with it. The writer hopes that more attention will be paid to the morphology of food in time to come, for certainly it furnishes a field of study always present, easy to get at, and of vital importance to the human race in more points than the aesthetic one. This leads to the physiologic view. Baked beans in relation to the functions of digestion and assimilation. Provided they are in good order and thoroughly cooked, so as to furnish the simplest problem of solution by the functions named, provided the cellulose structures are softened, macerated, and separated, provided the salivary liquids are thoroughly mixed in the mouth, and the beans thoroughly ground up by the teeth. In the stomach, the beans digest little. In the intestines, the bile, the pancreatic, and intestinal fluids act on the starch, complete the changes already begun by the cooking, the mastication, and the gastric juice, and turn it into glucose, in which soluble condition it is taken up into the portal circulation and transmitted to the liver. The other elements of the beans that are made soluble are also absorbed into the system, and it is fed and warmed by the beans. The longer this food stays in the stomach, the more it ferments, for it must be remembered that the alimentary canal is a great reservoir of fermentative vegetations, as a rule, so that sedentary persons have more trouble with this article of food. Persons who live out of doors and who move about actively and work hard digest vegetable foods better than the sedentary, as the food is accelerated in its passage through the alimentary canal, and the undigested remainder has less time in which to ferment. Hence, when we hear of a Maine lumberman thriving on baked beans, which, frozen solid by the barrel and cut out with axes, are then cooked, we lay the benefit to the fresh air of the woods and the violent exercise. From what has been said, it must be admitted that baked beans are not easy to digest, and that there is good reason for the unusual amount of intestinal gases that accompany their digestion. This gas is usually carbonic acid. It is formed inside the bean sacs, and they must explode like microscopic dynamite bombs in the intestines. See Figure 3. If we consider that nerve force is the agent by which digestion is regulated, if not produced, other things being equal, it takes more nerve energy to digest baked beans than some other kinds of food, and of course there's less energy left to run the rest of the economy in the departments where nerve force predominates, and hence the cerebral centers cannot act with that efficiency and energy that they could if the system was fed on a food that took less nerve force to digest it. To be sure, allowance must be made for differences in individuals in the power of digesting baked beans and other articles of food. Some will digest their meals when others cannot, because their organs are in remarkably good condition to do their work. But aside from this, it is not profitable to abuse a good digestion. Some time there will be a breakdown. Pathologics. Baked beans as a cause of disease. Some years ago, Dr. J.H. Salisbury, Albany Medical College, 50, made some unique but most valuable experiments as to baked beans. He put himself and 6 strong, healthy laboring men on an exclusive diet of baked beans, coffee, and milk. They were sedentary, save that in the morning and evening they all marched out on the street in military order for exercise. Almost immediately there was diarrhea, followed in all the cases, in about 14 days, by consumption of the bowels. If anyone doubts this, he is asked to live on the same diet exclusively for the same time and report results, which were so uniform in the above cases that there is no hesitation in predicting like issues. This may be called too severe treatment of any food, and that no food would stand such a test because so unnatural. Dr. Salisbury found that lean beef also would stand all the test of a healthy food, hence its adoption as a basis for his treatment of disease. It is to be hoped that Dr. S. will publish the full accounts of his experiences for the benefit of the human race, but until then it may be remarked here that he found this diarrhea was caused by the alcoholic fermentation of the baked beans, producing alcohol, carbonic acid, and vinegar. The alcohol showed itself by the fuddling of the men, while it did good by arresting for the time the active process of the fermentation. The results of the action of the alcohol were 1. Distension of the bowels by gas, 2. Paralyzing them by direct contact, 3. Paralyzing the epithelia of the mucous membrane, making them, as it were, drunk, causing a thickened catarrhal condition, hence the profuse liquid discharges, and later on some sulphuretted hydrogen. He speaks of the sacs described above as bursting with fermentation, thus paralleling that explosion of the ostrich's egg. He said if he continued the diet of beans with the men, some of them would have had consumption of the lungs, and he regarded a diet of baked beans as one of the most favorable for the production of consumption. He has told me for some years that this article of diet was no doubt one cause of the prevalence of consumption in New England. These views should command respect, as they are based on food experiments with men, the range, extent, and thoroughness of which have never yet been equaled. The writer's experience with baked beans, based on a long study of the morphology of feces, goes to sustain the positions of Dr. Salisbury. It is always possible to detect the eating of baked beans by a microscopical examination of the forms found in the feces of the eater. The beautiful cellulose prisms or double tack-headed elements of the outer membrane of the bean or pea will tell the tale, while an abundance of the sacs filled with starch grains, sure to be found, will testify to the same thing. At one time the writer verified this in his own person, and was astonished at the quantity of undigested beans and other food that ran the gauntlet of an alimentary canal which was called healthy. Once the writer visited the Massachusetts State Prison at Concord, before it was used as a reformatory. Passing by the latrine, he saw a pile of baked beans large enough to load a horse cart, most of which had passed through the digestive organs of the prisoners. Certainly, if this exhibition meant anything, it showed that these baked beans are a poor prison ration. I think it would be more rational to feed the beans to animals whose organs are better adapted to digest them than man's, and, if need be, let man eat the animals. If the sacks of the bean grains could be ruptured before eating, considerable objection would be removed. They might be crushed between rollers or pounded in a mortar or mashed like potatoes. If bean eaters would take time to thoroughly cook and chew them, the situation would be improved. But probably one great popular recommendation of baked beans is their smallness, so that they are swallowed whole easily and thus save time in eating. If man had the gizzard of fowls, or 5 stomachs like bovines, this might answer, but it seems to me we do ourselves harm in the end by imperfect mastication, which fails to crush the bean sacks and mix the juices of the mouth with the starch of the bean, and so prepare it for the digestive processes it should undergo. For if they are not prepared, a good portion is wasted, as the Concord latrine witnessed. Culinary ethics. Importance of cooking. The writer has no idea of influencing the abandonment of baked beans as food, but he would like to put in a plea for better cooking. It goes without saying that the average cooking is bad. It is no wonder, for this vital matter is often put in the hands of the humblest and most unintelligent members of the household, whose views of doing things are so fixed, conventional, and authoritative that they may be in truth termed queens of the kitchen. In the days when mothers and grandmothers did the cooking, there was a better chance for good results. Still, as we now know the peculiar physical conditions to be overcome, perhaps the queens of the parlor may join the battle for good cooking, as it is a vital battle. Good cooking means health and life, and bad cooking means disease and death. I hope it will become fashionable for families to cultivate the microscope as they do the piano. Then there will be a chance to spread knowledge which will protect the rights of households. I do not know why good cooking is not an inalienable a right as any named in the Declaration of Independence. Why should we go through life with our intestines waging an unequal warfare with any food, baked beans for example, simply because we are too ignorant or inactive to demand that they shall be cooked after a process like the following? First, soak a quart of beans overnight in 2 quarts of cold water. Second, in the morning turn off the water, add fresh water, and boil them till the membranes begin to separate. Turn off the water. Third, put the beans in a baking pot with 1/2 pound of salt pork buried in the beans. Add 2 tablespoons of molasses and cover the whole with water. Bake in a slow oven all day. A baker's oven is best. Watch the beans, and if they become too dry, add more water. When thoroughly cooked, it will be known by the softness of the beans in the mouth between the teeth, by the taste, and by the microscope showing the starch grains broken up and mixed in one homogeneous mass that will not polarize light with a selenite plate. Fourth, take time to eat and chew thoroughly. Fifth, after eating, go out in the open air and walk or work. Do not go to church right after eating baked beans. They will stay in the stomach, and their indigestion will do much towards spoiling the enjoyment of the exercises there. Dyspepsia and religion do not go together well, but good digestion and holiness are twins. Holiness, health, whole and hale, come from the same root. A holy man is a healthy, whole man, with all the functions in good order and no dyspepsia. Dyspepsia is a physiological sin. 1730 Broadway, March 1, 1887. End of Baked Beans, a serio-humorous medical paper by Ephraim Cutter.
Chinese Women's Feet, from the Scientific American, Volume 43, Number 25, December 18, 1880. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chinese women's feet. An American missionary, Miss Norwood of Swatow, recently described in a Times paragraph how the size of the foot is reduced in Chinese women. The binding of the feet is not begun till the child has learned to walk. The bandages are specially manufactured and are about 2 inches wide and 2 yards long for the first year, 5 yards long for subsequent years. The end of the strip is laid on the inside of the foot at the instep, then carried over the toes, under the foot, and round the heel, the toes being thus drawn toward and over the sole, while a bulge is produced on the instep, and a deep indentation in the sole. Successive layers of bandages are used till the strip is all used, and the end is then sewn tightly down. The foot is so squeezed upward that, in walking, only the ball of the great toe touches the ground. After a month the foot is put in hot water to soak some time, then the bandage is carefully unwound, much dead cuticle coming off with it. Frequently, too, 1 or 2 toes may even drop off, in which case the woman feels afterward repaid by having smaller and more delicate feet. Each time the bandage is taken off, the foot is kneaded to make the joints more flexible, and is then bound up again as quickly as possible with a fresh bandage, which is drawn up more tightly. During the first year the pain is so intense that the sufferer can do nothing, and for about 2 years the foot aches continually, and is the seat of a pain which is like the pricking of sharp needles. With continued rigorous binding, the foot in 2 years becomes dead and ceases to ache, and the whole leg, from the knee downward, becomes shrunk so as to be little more than skin and bone. When once formed, the golden lily, as the Chinese lady calls her delicate little foot, can never recover its original shape. Our illustrations show the foot both bandaged and unbandaged, and are from photographs kindly forwarded by Mr. J. W. Bennington, R.N., who writes, "It is an error to suppose, as many do, that it is only the upper 10 among the daughters of China that indulge in the luxury of golden lilies, as it is extremely common among every class, even to the very poorest, notably the poor sewing women one sees in every Chinese city and town, who can barely manage to hobble from house to house seeking work. The pain endured while under the operation is so severe and continuous that the poor girls never sleep for long periods without the aid of strong narcotics, and then only but fitfully. And it is from this constant suffering that the peculiar sullen or stolid look so often seen on the woman's face is derived. The origin of this custom is involved in mystery to the Westerns. Some say that the strong-minded among the ladies wanted to interfere in politics, and that there is a general liking for visiting, chattering, and gossip, and China women can chatter and gossip, both and all of which inclinations their lords desired and desire to stop by crippling them." End of Chinese Women's Feet, from the Scientific American, Volume 43, Number 25, December 18, 1880. Read by Availle in August 2011.
The Declaration of Independence of the United States of America by Thomas Jefferson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In Congress, July 4th, 1776. The unanimous Declaration of the 13 United States of America. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind, requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to effect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government, and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former systems of government. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. He has refused his assent to laws the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance, unless suspended in their operation till his assent should be obtained, and when so suspended, he has utterly neglected to attend to them. He has refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people, unless these people would relinquish the right of representation in the legislature, a right inestimable to them and formidable to tyrants only. He has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the depository of their public records, for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures. He has dissolved representative houses repeatedly for opposing with manly firmness his invasions on the rights of the people. He has refused for a long time after such dissolutions to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers, incapable of annihilation, have returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions within. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for that purpose obstructing the laws of naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migration hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of lands. He has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. He has made judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. He has erected a multitude of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. He has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. He has affected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation. For quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states, for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without our consent, for depriving us in many cases of the benefits of trial by jury, for transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses, for abolishing the free system of English laws in a neighboring province, establishing therein an arbitrary government, and enlarging its boundaries so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument for introducing the same absolute rule into these colonies; for taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments; for suspending our own legislatures, and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. He has abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection and waging war against us. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. He is at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny, already begun with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages, and totally unworthy of the head of a civilized nation. He has constrained our fellow citizens taken captive on the high seas to bear arms against their country, to become the executioners of their friends and brethren, or to fall themselves by their hands. He has excited domestic insurrections among us, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. In every stage of these oppressions we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. A prince, whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant, is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. Nor have we been wanting in attention to our British brethren. We have warned them from time to time of attempts by their legislature to extend an unwarrantable jurisdiction over us. We have reminded them of the circumstances of our emigration and settlement here. We have appealed to their native justice and magnanimity, and we have conjured them by the ties of our common kindred to disavow these usurpations, which would inevitably interrupt our connections and correspondence. They, too, have been deaf to the voice of justice and of consanguinity. We must, therefore, acquiesce in the necessity which denounces our separation, and hold them, as we hold the rest of mankind, enemies in war, in peace friends. We, therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in General Congress assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the rectitude of our intentions, do, in the name and by the authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that as free and independent states they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. End of the Declaration of Independence of the United States of America, by Thomas Jefferson. Read by Bob Gonzalez, July 4th, 2011.
The Emden at Penang, by a New York Times correspondent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Emden at Penang. Pen picture by a Times correspondent of the havoc she wrought. From the New York Times correspondent in Penang. Penang, Straits Settlements, October 29th. The German cruiser Emden called here yesterday and departed, leaving death and destruction behind her. You will doubtless have learned long before this story of her visit, carried by the slow mails of the Far East, is read in the United States, some account of the Emden's raid, but the cable can hardly carry a detailed picture of the destruction wrought in a brief hour or so yesterday in this busy harbor, and it seems worthwhile to describe for you how this sudden vision of war burst on Penang. For those who do not know, the city of Penang lies on the western coast of the Malay Peninsula, just below the Siamese border. It is the shipping point of the Federated Malay States, where 65% of the world's tin is produced, as well as a great amount of rubber and copra. With a population of 246,000, it is growing by leaps and bounds and gives every indication of soon becoming one of the largest ports in the Far East. The thing that makes this city a point of importance in the present war is the fact that it is the last port of call for ships going from China and Japan to Colombo and Europe. As a result, it has been made more or less of a naval base by the English government. Large stores of Admiralty coal have been collected, and all vessels have been commanded to stop here for orders before crossing the Bay of Bengal. It was probably with the idea of crippling this base from which her pursuers were radiating that the Emden made her raid here. Had she found it temporarily undefended, she could at one blow seriously have embarrassed the English cruisers patrolling these waters, and at the same time cause a terrific loss to English commerce by sinking the many merchantmen at anchor in the harbor. It was early on Wednesday morning that the Emden, with a dummy fourth funnel and flying the British ensign, in some inexplicable fashion sneaked past the French torpedo boat Mosquet, which was on patrol duty outside, and entered the outer harbor of Penang. Across the channel leading to the inner harbor lay the Russian cruiser Jemtchug. Inside were the French torpedo boats Fronde and Pistolet, and the torpedo boat destroyer d'Iberville. The torpedo boats lay beside the long government wharf, while the d'Iberville rode at anchor between two tramp steamers. At full speed the Emden steamed straight for the Jemtchug and the inner harbor. In the semi-darkness of the early morning, the Russian took her for the British cruiser Yarmouth, which had been in and out 2 or 3 times during the previous week and did not even query her. Suddenly, when less than 400 yards away, the Emden emptied her bow guns into the Jemtchug and came on at a terrific pace with all the guns she could bring to bear in action. When she had come within 250 yards, she changed her course slightly, and as she passed the Jemtchug, poured 2 broadsides into her, as well as a torpedo, which entered the engine room but did comparatively little damage. The Russian cruiser was taken completely by surprise and was badly crippled before she realized what was happening. The fact that her captain was spending the night ashore and that there was no one on board who seemed capable of acting energetically completed the demoralization. She was defeated before the battle began. However, her men finally manned the light guns and brought them into action. In the meantime, the Emden was well inside the inner harbor and among the shipping. She saw the French torpedo boats there, and apparently realized at once that unless she could get out before they joined in the action, her fate was sealed. At such close quarters, the range was never more than 450 yards, their torpedoes would have proved deadly. Accordingly, she turned sharply and made for the Jemtchug once more. All the time she had been in the harbor, the Russian had been bombarding her with shrapnel, but owing to the notoriously bad marksmanship prevalent in the Tsar's navy, had succeeded for the most part only in peppering every merchant ship within range. As the Emden neared the Jemtchug again, both ships were actually spitting fire. The range was practically point blank. Less than 150 yards away, the Emden passed the Russian, and as she did so, torpedoed her amidships, striking the magazine. There was a tremendous detonation, paling into insignificance by its volume all the previous din. A heavy black column of smoke arose, and the Jemtchug sank in less than 10 seconds. while the Emden steamed behind the point to safety. No sooner had she done so, however, than she sighted the torpedo boat Mosquet, which had heard the firing and was coming in at top speed. The Emden immediately opened up on her, thereby causing her to turn around in an endeavor to escape. It was too late. After a running fight of 20 minutes, the Mosquet seemed to be hit by 3 shells simultaneously and sank very rapidly. The German had got a second victim. It was here that the chivalrous bravery of the Emden's captain, which has been many times in evidence throughout her meteoric career, was again shown. If the French boats were coming out, every moment was of priceless value to him. Nevertheless, utterly disregarding this, he stopped, lowered boats, and picked up the survivors from the Mosquet before steaming on his way. The English here now say of him admiringly, "He played the game." Meantime, boats of all descriptions had started toward the place where the Russian cruiser had last been seen. The water was covered with debris of all sorts, to which the survivors were clinging. They presented a horrible sight when they were landed on Victoria Pier, which the ambulance corps of the Sikh garrison turned into a temporary hospital. Almost all of them had wounds of one sort or another. Many were covered with them. Their blood-stained and, for the most part, naked bodies were enough to send shivers through even the most cold-blooded person. It was a sight I shall not forget for many a day. Out of a crew of 334 men, 142 were picked up wounded. Only 94 were found practically untouched. 98 were missing. It is not yet known how many of the crew of the 78 of the Mosquet were rescued by the Emden. So much of the story I am able to write from personal observation and investigation. Here, however, is an account of what occurred from an officer who saw it all from closer range and more intimate conditions, for he was on the French torpedo boat destroyer Pistolet. I tell his story exactly as he told it to me. The captain of the Pistolet had invited Captain T and myself to have a game of bridge whist on board. His ship was lying alongside the government wharf just inside the inner harbor. The game proved a most interesting one, and time flew by unnoticed. Finally, just before 1 a.m., it came to a close, but owing to the fact that our going home at that hour of the morning would mean a rickshaw ride of over 2 miles, the captain stretched a point and invited us to remain on board, which we did. Little did we know what our decision was to mean to us. At 5:25 the next morning, just as day was breaking, I was awakened by a deafening crash, followed by 2 others in rapid succession. Without waiting for more, I pulled my ducks over my pajamas and hurried on deck. Right before us, at the entrance to the inner harbor, lay the Russian cruiser Jemchug. Steaming toward her at full speed came the German cruiser Emden, her bow guns belching forth vast clouds of smoke, through which the flash of the guns could just be distinguished. She was less than half a mile away. After what seemed to me an interminable delay, the surprised Jemchug started to reply with her small guns, and the din grew greater and greater. As the Emden came on, she swerved slightly out of her course and steamed down the far side of the channel, thus bringing her broadside guns to bear on the Jemchug, which by this time was literally spitting fire. The range was now less than 300 yards, and the execution being done must have been terrible. We noticed, however, that the greater number of the Russian shells were carrying over. The Emden now changed her course again to the right, and disappeared behind a group of several tramp steamers, so as to enable her to turn around without unduly exposing herself. While she was doing this, the firing diminished greatly, owing to the disinclination on the part of either, I imagine, wantonly to damage harmless merchant vessels. No sooner had she started on her way out of the harbor, however, than the din arose once more. Just at this time the French torpedo boat Fronde dropped back from her position alongside us and started in to take part in the melee with a machine gun. This caused the Emden to devote part of her time to us, and we were made the objective of a severe machine-gun fire, which, owing to our position in the shadow of the pier, and of the fact that the light was very poor, did little or no damage. Nevertheless, it was rather disconcerting to hear the rattle of lead on the corrugated iron sheds behind us. By this time, the Emden must have realized that at such close quarters she was subject to the danger of a torpedo attack. Also, as a matter of fact, no effort seemed to have been made along these lines, and she accordingly started up the North Channel toward the outer harbour at full speed, firing broadside after broadside at the Jemtchug, now badly crippled. Suddenly, as the two cruisers were abreast and no more than 150 yards from one another, there was a tremendous crash. The Jemtchug heaved up amidships. There was another detonation, even louder than the first, and she sank before I could realize what had happened. All that remained was a large pillar of smoke to mark the spot where she had been. A German torpedo had found its mark, and the Emden sailed around the point without firing another shot. By this time, less than 30 minutes after the first shot had been fired, the pistolet had cast off, and we started across the harbour toward the place where we had last seen the Jemtchug, with the Fronde close behind us. It was slow work, as we had very little steam. As we neared the scene of the disaster, I received my first impression of the horror of modern naval warfare. The water was strewn with wreckage, amid which heads were popping up and down like corks in a lily pond. It seemed as if it were alive with men. They were everywhere, hanging on to pieces of wood, clutching life-preservers, clinging to debris of all kinds. When we reached them, we immediately started in getting them aboard by means of boats, ropes looped at the end, by hand, and in any way possible. They were indeed a most terrible sight. Most of them were wounded, and those that were bleeding profusely. Practically none were wearing more than a pair of trousers, and a considerable number did not even have that. A few were frightfully lacerated, and we recovered one man who had had his leg blown off below the knee. He died 5 minutes after we got him on board. It was like living a frightful nightmare. Everywhere you turned you met a groaning, greasy mass of humanity. Discipline was thrown aside, and captain and men alike toiled in their efforts to alleviate the suffering of the Jemtchug survivors. My partner at bridge the previous night, the doctor, asked my assistance, and together we went from man to man doing what emergency work we could. My pajama-decked costume was rapidly covered with blood. It was a case of everybody helping everybody else. Finally, when numerous launches of all sizes and makes had put out to relieve us, we returned to the Victoria jetty, which the ambulance corps of the Sikh garrison, aided by volunteers and local doctors, had turned into a temporary hospital. Here were removed what remained of the Jemtchug. While the last few men were taken off the pistolet, another cannonading was heard. I hurried ashore, with no feeling of regret, I might say, and took a ricochet to the outer sea wall to see whatever fighting was going on. The ships were so far away that it was hard to tell with the naked eye exactly what was going on. We could see the little torpedo boat Mosquet trying to get beyond the range of the Emden's guns, while the shells were throwing up water all around her. The chase had kept on for 20 minutes, I should say, when we saw the little craft sink by the bow. The Emden lowered boats to pick up any possible survivors, but from the short time they were down, I imagine most of the crew were lost. I have tried to give you some little idea in the foregoing of the frightful encounter I have witnessed. It seemed like a nightmare afterward, although while it was actually going on you felt as if you were looking at a sham battle. Even when the bullets started to rattle on the iron-covered sheds above our heads, there was nothing terrifying about it. After the effect of the first few shots had worn off, I felt as if I were watching a play. That quiet, staid Penang, with her shaded streets and sampan-covered harbour, should be the scene of a naval engagement such as I witnessed today, is almost unbelievable. Yet the sordid after-effects are before our eyes. Only the masterly manoeuvring of that gentleman of the German fleet, the captain of the Emden, prevented the city from being the scene of a terrible carnage. His refusal to sink unarmed vessels while the crews were on board, his refraining from bombarding the town, his stopping to pick up the crew of the Mosquet, although every minute was valuable to him, at once made him that gentleman, the captain of the Emden. On all sides I heard, "I hope they sink the Emden, but it will be a shame if any of her crew are lost." While steaming away from Penang, he met the tramp Glen. Instead of capturing her, he sent her into Penang with the message, "I tried not to hit the town. If I did so, I am very sorry indeed." Well, he played the game, and he has made me, for one, feel extremely doubtful whether the much talked of German atrocities are true, except where the exigencies of war have made them unavoidable. Here you have the story of an engagement which will go down in history as a demonstration that even under the conditions of modern naval warfare, it is possible for two ships of almost equal armament to fight by daylight at almost point-blank range without resulting in the disabling of both. A sight similar to that witnessed yesterday would be considered by most naval critics as impossible, or rather suicidal. The sad, or rather disgraceful part of the story has yet to be told. It was true that the Jemtchug was caught unprepared. Her captain was spending the night ashore, her decks were not cleared, she was slow to get into action, and when she did so her marksmanship was poor. All this could hardly be excused, but it becomes insignificant when we consider the case of the French torpedo boats and the d'Iberville, whose help the Jemtchug had a right to expect. Here they lay in a harbor with fully 10 minutes' warning that a hostile ship was approaching, yet they allowed that ship to enter the harbor, steam around it, turn, and make her escape without so much as firing a shot, when if they had gone into action, the Emden could hardly have escaped. The range was everything they could have desired. What was the matter? Why did they remain silent? The answer is this. Although it was a time of war, a large percentage of the officers of these ships had been allowed to remain ashore overnight. Not one of the ships had steam up. Their decks were not even cleared for action. Yet, even taking this into consideration, it is inexplicable that when 2 or 3 torpedoes from any one of them would have saved the day, none was fired. The ships need not have moved an inch to have done so. The range was ridiculously short, less than 200 yards at one time. But surprise, lack of discipline, and general inefficiency seemed to hold them paralyzed. The prevailing opinion here is that they did not wish to draw the Emden's fire on themselves, although one did use her machine gun toward the end of the engagement. Whatever is said, however, it is impossible to get away from the fact that the French Navy yesterday sustained a blow to its efficiency that it will take a long time to wipe out. Theirs was a masterly inaction, caused by something which they do not attempt themselves to define. Both Army and Navy commanders here are one in their contemptuous condemnation of such a spectacle.
End of the Emden at Penang by a New York Times correspondent. The Experiences of a Bandmaster by John Philip Sousa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. During 18 years spent in playing music for the masses, 12 years in the service of the United States, and 6 in that of the general public, many curious and interesting incidents have come under my observation. While conductor of the Marine Band, which plays at all the state functions given by the President at the Executive Mansion, I saw much of the social life of the White House and was brought into more or less direct contact with all the executives under whom I had the honor of successively serving: Presidents Hayes, Garfield, Arthur, Cleveland, and Harrison. They were all very appreciative of music, and in this respect were quite unlike General Grant, of whom it is said that he knew only 2 tunes, one of which was Yankee Doodle, and the other wasn't. The President's Embarrassing Demand. I think I may say that more than one president, relieved from the onerous duties of a great reception, has found rest by sitting quietly in the corner of a convenient room and listening to the music. Once, on the occasion of a state dinner, President Arthur came to the door of the main lobby of the White House, where the Marine Band was always stationed, and beckoning me to his side, asked me to play the cachuca. When I explained that we did not have the music with us, but would be glad to include it in the next program, the President looked surprised and remarked, "Why, Sousa, I thought you could play anything. I'm sure you can. Now give us the cachuca." This placed me in a predicament, as I did not wish the President to believe that the band was not at all times able to respond to his wishes. Fortunately, one of the bandmen remembered the melody and played it over softly to me on his cornet in a corner. I hastily wrote out several parts for the leading instruments and told the rest of the band to vamp in the key of E-flat. Then we played the cachuca to the entire satisfaction of Mr. Arthur, who came again to the door and said, "There, I knew you could play it." The ladies of the White House were always interested in the music and frequently suggested selections for the programs, Mrs. Hayes being particularly fond of American ballads. During the brief Garfield administration there were no state receptions or dinners given by the President, and the band did not play at the White House, except for a few of Mrs. Garfield's receptions immediately after the inauguration. When Mrs. McElroy was mistress of the executive mansion for her brother, President Arthur, the lighter music was much in favor, as there were always many young people at the mansion. Miss Rose Elizabeth Cleveland was much interested in music, and evinced a partiality for Arthur Sullivan's melodies. Mrs. Harrison's favorite music was Nevin's "Good Night, Beloved" and the Sousa marches. The soundness of Mrs. Cleveland's musical taste was shown by her liking for the Tannhäuser Overture and other music of that character. The Marine Band played all the music for President Cleveland's wedding, which took place in the Blue Room of the White House. The distance from the room upstairs to the exact spot where the ceremony was to take place was carefully measured by Colonel Lamont and myself, in order that the music might be timed to the precise number of steps the wedding party would have to take, and the climax of the Mendelssohn Wedding March was played by the band just as the bride and groom reached the clergyman. President Cleveland's Veto. A few days before the ceremony, I submitted my musical program to Colonel Lamont for the President's approval, and among the numbers was a quartet called "The Student of Love," from one of my operas. Even in the anticipation of his happiness, Mr. Cleveland was keenly alive to the opportunities for humorous remarks which this title might afford to irreverent newspaper men, and he said to his secretary, "Tell Sousa he can play that quartet, but he had better omit the name of it." Accordingly, "The Student of Love" was conspicuous by its absence. When North Carolina celebrated its centenary, the Marine Band was ordered to Fayetteville to participate in the ceremonies. The little southern town was much interested in the advent of the President's band, and the prevailing opinion was that Dixie would be tabooed music with us. Before the exercises, a local committee waited upon me and intimated that Dixie was a popular melody in that vicinity. "Of course," said the spokesman, "we don't want you to play anything you don't want to, but please remember, sir, that we are very fond of Dixie here." Bowing gravely, I thanked the committee for their interest in my program, but left them completely in the dark as to whether I intended to play the loved song of the South or not. The ceremonies opened with a patriotic address by Governor Fowle, lauding the glories of the American flag, and naturally the only appropriate music to such a sentiment was the Star-Spangled Banner, which the crowd patriotically cheered. The tone of the succeeding oration was equally fervid, but the speaker enlarged upon the glories of the Commonwealth whose 100th anniversary was being celebrated. The orator sat down, there was a momentary pause, and then as I raised my baton, the strains of Dixie fell upon the delighted ears of the thousands round the platform. The unexpected had happened, and such a shout as went up from that throng I have never heard equalled. Hats were tossed in the air, grey-bearded men embraced, and for a few minutes a jubilant pandemonium reigned supreme. During the rest of our stay in Fayetteville, the repertory of the Marine Band was on this order: Yankee Doodle, Dixie; Star-Spangled Banner, Dixie; Red, White, and Blue, Dixie. In all my experience, the acme of patriotic fervor was reached during a reunion of the Loyal Legion at Philadelphia some years ago. The exercises were held in the Academy of Music, and the band occupied the orchestra pit in front of the stage, which was crowded with distinguished veterans. I had strung together for the occasion a number of war songs, bugle calls, and patriotic airs, and when the band played them, the martial spirit began to stir the people. As we broke into Marching Through Georgia, a distinguished-looking old soldier stepped to the footlights and began to sing the familiar words of the famous song in a loud, clear voice. The entire audience joined in, and as the swelling volume of melody rolled through the house, the enthusiasm waxed more intense. Verse after verse was sung, interrupted with frantic cheers, until it seemed that the very ecstasy of enthusiasm had been reached. It was only when physically exhausted that the audience calmed down and the exercises proceeded. A chorus of 10,000. During the World's Fair at Chicago, my present band was giving nightly concerts in the court of honor surrounding the lagoon. On one beautiful night in June, fully 10,000 people were gathered round the bandstand while we were playing a medley of popular songs. Director Tomlins of the World's Fair Choral Associations was on the stand, and exclaiming, "Keep that up, Sousa," he turned to the crowd and motioned the people to join him in singing. With the background of the stately buildings of the White City, this mighty chorus, led by the band, sang the songs of the people: "Home, Sweet Home," "Swanee River," "Annie Laurie," "My Old Kentucky Home," etc., and never did the familiar melodies sound so grandly beautiful. The influence of music to quiet disorder and to allay fear is quite as potent as its power to excite and to stir enthusiasm. A case in point happened at the St. Louis Exposition, where my band was giving a series of concerts. There was an enormous audience in the music hall when, in the middle of the program, every electric light suddenly went out, leaving the house in complete darkness. A succession of sharp cries from women, the hasty shuffling of feet, and the nervous tension manifest in everyone, gave proof that a panic was probably imminent. I called softly to the band, "Yankee Doodle," and the men quickly responded by playing the good old tune from memory in the darkness, quickly following it with Dixie on my orders. The audience began to quiet down, and some scattering applause gave assurance that the excitement was abating. The Star-Spangled Banner still further restored confidence, and when we played "Oh Dear, What Can the Matter Be?" and "Wait Till the Clouds Roll By," everyone was laughing and making the best of the gloom. In a short time the gas was turned on, and the concert proceeded with adequate lighting. A tuneful locomotive. Once when we were playing during warm weather in a theatre situated near a railroad, the windows were left open for ventilation. The band was rendering a Wagner selection, and at the climax was playing with increasing force. The last note to be played was a unison B-flat, and as I gave the sign to the musicians to play as strong as possible, the volume of sound that followed fairly astonished me. I had never heard 50 men play with such force before, and could not account for it, but the explanation soon became manifest. As the band ceased playing, the same note continued in the blast of a passing locomotive that had opportunely chimed in with us in unison. The Marine Band was once doing escort duty on Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington to a body of citizen soldiery returning from camp. It was at night, and the parade was preceded by a wagon-load of fireworks, which were to be discharged at appropriate intervals along the line of march. By some accident, or design, the entire load of pyrotechnics was simultaneously ignited, and the street immediately filled with a perfect fusillade of rockets and Roman candles. A stampede followed, and the parade faded away. I stood my ground until my eyeglasses were knocked off, and then I groped my way to the sidewalk. When the confusion had subsided, all that could be discovered of my band was the drum major in front and the bass drummer in the rear rank. Their comrades had fled, but these men were good soldiers, and having received no orders to disperse, had stood their ground manfully. A Tale of the White House. One more story of the White House. At the time of the unveiling of the statue of Admiral Farragut in Washington, it was suddenly proposed to have a reception at the Executive Mansion in honor of the many distinguished visitors. The informal invitations were issued while I was participating in the parade that was part of the ceremonies. At 7 o'clock in the evening, when I was at home, tired out after the long march, word came to me to report at the Marine Barracks. I went there and was ordered to take the band to the White House at 8 o'clock p.m. The bandmen did not live in barracks, and it was practically impossible to get them together at that time of night, as they were scattered all over the city. "Well, those are my instructions, and those are your orders," said the commanding officer. So we sent the band messengers out to the men's lodgings, and they found just one musician at home, and he was the bass drummer. At 8 o'clock, arrayed in all the gorgeousness of my scarlet and gold uniform, I sat in front of the band platform in the White House lobby, and the bass drummer stationed himself back in the semi-obscurity of his corner. There was a dazzling array of music stands and empty chairs, but no musicians. The President evidently saw the humorous side of it, and when I explained the situation, he said it could not be helped. All the evening we sat there and listened to humorous remarks from the guests. We had reported for duty, though, and the drummer and I stayed till the reception was over. End of the Experiences of a Bandmaster by John Philip Sousa.
Farewell to His Army by Robert E. Lee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Headquarters, Army of Northern Virginia, April 10, 1865. After 4 years of arduous service marked by unsurpassed courage and fortitude, the Army of Northern Virginia has been compelled to yield to overwhelming numbers and resources. I need not tell the survivors of so many hard-fought battles who have remained steadfast to the last that I have consented to this result from no distrust of them, but feeling that valor and devotion could accomplish nothing that would compensate for the loss that must have attended the continuance of the contest. I determined to avoid the useless sacrifice of those whose past services have endeared them to their countrymen. By the terms of the agreement, officers and men can return to their homes and remain until exchanged. You may take with you the satisfaction that proceeds from the consciousness of duty faithfully performed, and I earnestly pray that a merciful God will extend to you His blessing and protection. With an increasing admiration of your constancy, and a grateful remembrance of your kind and generous consideration of myself, I bid you an affectionate farewell. R. E. Lee, General. End of Farewell to His Army by Robert E. Lee.
The Canal, part of Chapter 9 of A History of Horncastle from the earliest period to the present time, by James Conway Walter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Canal. The Horncastle Canal, connecting for commerce the town with the River Witham, and so with Lincoln, Boston, and the sea, though now a derelict, was formerly of much value. Its history is here given from its earliest inception. Horncastle having been for some centuries the chief market of an important agricultural district, an association was formed towards the close of the 18th century with the title the Company of Proprietors of Horncastle Navigation in the county of Lincoln. This was in the year 1792 incorporated by an Act of Parliament which gave a list of the names of the original members, and secured to them and to their successors perpetual possession of the same, and a common seal. The canal was to be 11 miles long, extending from the junction of the two rivers, Bain and Waring, which traverse the town and meet at the point where now stands the public swimming bath, to the Witham at Tattershall, and passing through the parishes of Thornton, Martin, Dolbier, Roughton, Hortham, Kirkby, Coningsby, and Tattershall. The company had at first a capital of £15,000 in £50 shares, no member being allowed to hold less than 1 share or more than 20. The surveyors for the undertaking were Messrs. Robert Stickney and Samuel Dickinson. When about 2/3 of the work was completed, this capital was exhausted, and in the year 1800 a second Act of Parliament was obtained, which authorised the raising of a supplementary sum of £20,000 in shares of £50, additional members being enrolled, and mortgages raised on the tolls. The whole profits of the concern, for several years, were absorbed in paying off the debt thus contracted, so that no dividend accrued for the shareholders until the year 1813. The channel, from Horncastle to Dolbier, was an entirely new cut, the rest being the River Bain deepened and straightened in its course. It was adapted for the passage of vessels of 50 tons burden, and in the whole length of 11 miles there was a fall of 84 feet. The original rate of charges was 2 shillings per ton for the whole length of the canal, 1 shilling and 9pence to the 7th lock, and 1 shilling and 3pence to the 4th lock. Vessels laden with lime, manure, or material for roads, were granted free passage. By the second Act of Parliament, in 1800, the charges were raised to 3 shillings and 3pence per ton for the whole length of the canal, 2 shillings and 7pence to the 7th lock, and 1 shilling and 6pence to the 4th lock, lime, manure, and road material being exempted, as before. The whole structure was completed in the autumn of 1802, and the canal was formally opened on Friday, September the 17th of that year. The occasion was observed as a general holiday by the townsfolk. At 1 o'clock the boats, the Betsie of Horncastle, and the Martha of Dolbier, the property of Messrs. Gilliat and Wilson, and the British Queen, owned by Mr. Boyers, were hauled into the 2 basins of the canal, elaborately decorated with colours, amid the cheers of spectators, who are said to have numbered more than 2,000. The vessels having been brought to, several salutes were fired, and a band of music on the pleasure boat of Mr. Lane played God Save the King, Rule Britannia, Hearts of Oak, etc. Having traversed some distance on the canal, the company afterwards landed at the wharfs on the 2 branches, and a large number of the shareholders partook of a festive repast at the Greyhound Inn, East Street, near the South Basin. The navvies and other workmen who had been employed in the construction of the canal were also regaled on the boats, and afterwards feasted at the Greyhound. In following years an excursion was made annually by the directors, conveyed down the canal in a fine barge, which was their own property, named the Lady Banks, in order to inspect its condition, and this was followed by a public dinner at the Bull Hotel, which continued to be an established institution during the period of the canal's prosperity. The shares quickly rose considerably in value. A great number of barges came to the town, and it was no uncommon occurrence to see the whole distance from the South Bridge to the Bow Bridge packed closely with heavily laden vessels, carrying coals, grain, or other merchandise. In 1836 it was computed that about 30,000 quarters of wheat and 3,000 packs of wool passed through the canal annually, and in 1850 the profits of the traffic amounted to about £2,000 a year. Consequent on the opening of the railway in August 1855, the canal as a means of goods conveyance gradually became disused, until, of late years, it has become worse than a mere derelict, since it forms an obstruction to the free passage of the water brought down by the two rivers, and after heavy rain it has led to temporary inundations of the town, to the great inconvenience of those residing near it, as well as interfering, as might in some circumstances be serious, with the sanitary arrangements. A few years ago an attempt was made to restore the canal traffic, but the railway monopoly had become too thoroughly established, and the project failed. Yet the competition, could it have been maintained, might have had a salutary effect upon the cost of railway conveyance, to the advantage of the general public. Our canals, it should be remembered, are a time-honoured institution. The Lincolnshire Cardyke and Fossdyke date from the period of the Roman occupation of this country. The Magna Charta of the early 13th century took cognizance not only of the roads called the King's Highway, but also of inland navigation, under the term Eau Stream de la Roi. The latter half of the 18th century was remarkable for great achievements as regards internal waterways, notably in the Bridgewater Canal and the Grand Junction Canal of London. And to this period, as we have seen, the Horncastle Canal belongs. In this 20th century, again, notwithstanding the great railway facilities, there is a widespread movement in favour of extended water traffic, headed by the very successful Suez Canal, with a prospect of the sister channel of Panama. Berlin is said to owe its prosperity largely to its well-organized system, connecting the rivers Oder, Elbe, Spree, etc., which have an annual traffic of some 1.5 million tons. Our own Manchester Ship Canal is another instance, the most recent case being fresh developments of the Aire and Calder navigation, in South Yorkshire. The canals, too, which have been recently constructed in India, are yielding, by the latest reports, a handsome revenue to the government, as well as greatly benefiting the native population. It is acknowledged that a more general use of waterways, throughout the kingdom for the cheaper transport of our heavier and more bulky produce, would be a national boon, and a royal commission was engaged in considering the subject of the acquisition of all canals as government property. It is now being more and more recognised that on the establishment of railways every one jumped too hastily to the conclusion that the days of canals were over, whereas, in truth, there is still a large field, probably an increasing field, for the cheaper traffic in heavy goods which canals can provide for. The Belgian town of Bruges, though situated several miles inland, is now to be converted into a port by the government of that country, through the creation of a canal, which is expected to increase the prosperity of that city. Similarly, it is suggested that our own town of Nottingham could be made a great inland port, if water carriage were provided, and Sir John Turney, before the Royal Commission, has recently, July 1907, stated that the trade of that town might thus be greatly increased. These, be it remembered, are not isolated cases. As to our own local interests, we may reasonably regret that after so much money being invested in the Horncastle Canal, and the serious losses incurred by so many investors, no further effort should be made to utilise it. The trade of Horncastle is not so satisfactory but that we might welcome every adjunct which could in any way contribute to its furtherance, while, even from an aesthetic point of view, it were desirable that, with the present dilapidated locks, and the banks in some places broken, the channel, which is in parts little more than a shallow bed of mud, befouled by garbage and carrion, or choked by a matted growth of weeds, should be superseded by a flow of water, pure and emitting no pestiferous exhalations. End of The Canal, part of Chapter 9 of A History of Horncastle, from the earliest period to the present time, by James Conway Walter.
House Decoration by Oscar Wilde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. House Decoration. In my last lecture I gave you something of the history of art in England. I sought to trace the influence of the French Revolution upon its development. I said something of the Song of Keats and the school of the Pre-Raphaelites, but I do not want to shelter the movement, which I have called the English Renaissance, under any palladium, however noble, or any name, however revered. The roots of it have, indeed, to be sought for in things that have long passed away, and not, as some suppose, in the fancy of a few young men, although I am not altogether sure that there is anything much better than the fancy of a few young men. When I appeared before you on a previous occasion, I had seen nothing of American art save the Doric columns and Corinthian chimney pots visible on your Broadway and Fifth Avenue. Since then I have been through your country to some 50 or 60 different cities, I think. I find that what your people need is not so much high imaginative art, but that which hallows the vessels of everyday use. I suppose that the poet will sing and the artist will paint, regardless whether the world praises or blames. He has his own world and is independent of his fellow men. But the handicraftsman is dependent on your pleasure and opinion. He needs your encouragement, and he must have beautiful surroundings. Your people love art, but do not sufficiently honor the handicraftsman. Of course, those millionaires who can pillage Europe for their pleasure need have no care to encourage such, but I speak for those whose desire for beautiful things is larger than their means. I find that one great trouble all over is that your workmen are not given to noble designs. You cannot be indifferent to this, because art is not something which you can take or leave. It is a necessity of human life. And what is the meaning of this beautiful decoration which we call art? In the first place, it means value to the workman, and it means the pleasure which he must necessarily take in making a beautiful thing. The mark of all good art is not that the thing done is done exactly or finely, for machinery may do as much, but that it is worked out with the head and the workman's heart. I cannot impress the point too frequently that beautiful and rational designs are necessary in all work. I did not imagine, until I went into some of your simpler cities, that there was so much bad work done. I found, where I went, bad wall-papers, horribly designed and coloured carpets, and that old offender, the horsehair sofa, whose stolid look of indifference is always so depressing. I found meaningless chandeliers and machine-made furniture, generally of rosewood, which creaked dismally under the weight of the ubiquitous interviewer. I came across the small iron stove, which they always persist in decorating with machine-made ornaments, and which is as great a bore as a wet day or any other particularly dreadful institution. When unusual extravagance was indulged in, it was garnished with 2 funeral urns. It must always be remembered that what is well and carefully made by an honest workman after a rational design increases in beauty and value as the years go on. The old furniture brought over by the Pilgrims 200 years ago, which I saw in New England, is just as good and as beautiful today as it was when it first came here. Now, what you must do is to bring artist and handicraftsmen together. Handicraftsmen cannot live, certainly cannot thrive, without such companionship. Separate these two, and you rob art of all spiritual motive. Having done this, you must place your workman in the midst of beautiful surroundings. The artist is not dependent on the visible and the tangible. He has his vision and his dreams to feed on. But the workman must see lovely forms as he goes to his work in the morning and returns at eventide. And, in connection with this, I want to assure you that noble and beautiful designs are never the result of idle fancy or purposeless day-dreaming. They come only as the accumulation of habits of long and delightful observation, and yet such things may not be taught. right ideas concerning them can certainly be obtained only by those who have been accustomed to rooms that are beautiful and colors that are satisfying. Perhaps one of the most difficult things for us to do is to choose a notable and joyous dress for men. There would be more joy in life if we were to accustom ourselves to use all the beautiful colors we can in fashioning our own clothes. The dress of the future, I think, will use drapery to a great extent and will abound with joyous colors. At present we have lost all nobility of dress and, in doing so, have almost annihilated the modern sculpture. And in looking around at the figures which adorn our parks, one could almost wish that we had completely killed the noble art. To see the frock-coat in the drawing-room done in bronze, or the double waistcoat perpetuated in marble, adds a new horror to death. But indeed, in looking through the history of costume, seeking an answer to the question we have propounded, there is little that is either beautiful or appropriate. One of the earliest forms is the Greek drapery, which is exquisite for young girls. And then, I think, we may be pardoned a little enthusiasm over the dress of the time of Charles I, so beautiful indeed that in spite of its invention being with the Cavaliers, it was copied by the Puritans. And the dress for the children of that time must not be passed over. It was a very golden age of the little ones. I do not think that they have ever looked so lovely as they do in the pictures of that time. The dress of the last century in England is also peculiarly gracious and graceful. There is nothing bizarre or strange about it, but it is full of harmony and beauty. In these days, when we have suffered dreadfully from the incursions of the modern milliner, we hear ladies boast that they do not wear a dress more than once. In the old days, when the dresses were decorated with beautiful designs and worked with exquisite embroidery, ladies rather took a pride in bringing out the garment and wearing it many times, and handing it down to their daughters, a process that would, I think, be quite appreciated by a modern husband when called upon to settle his wife's bills. And how shall men dress? Men say that they do not particularly care how they dress, and that is little matter. I am bound to reply that I do not think that you do. In all my journeys through the country, the only well-dressed men that I saw, and in saying this I earnestly deprecate the polished indignations of your Fifth Avenue dandies, were the Western miners. Their wide-brimmed hats, which shaded their faces from the sun and protected them from the rain, and the cloak, which is by far the most beautiful piece of drapery ever invented, may well be dwelt on with admiration. Their high boots, too, were sensible and practical. They were only what was comfortable, and therefore beautiful. As I look at them, I could not help thinking with regret of the time when these picturesque miners would have made their fortunes and would go east to assume again all the abominations of modern fashionable attire. Indeed, so concerned was I that I made some of them promise that when they again appeared in the more crowded scenes of Eastern civilization, they would still continue to wear their lovely costume. But I do not believe they will. Now, what America wants today is a school of rational art. Bad art is a great deal worse than no art at all. You must show your workmen specimens of good work, so that they come to know what is simple and true and beautiful. To that end, I would have you have a museum attached to these schools. Not one of those dreadful modern institutions where there is a stuffed and very dusty giraffe, and a case or two of fossils, but a place where there are gathered examples of art decoration from various periods and countries. Such a place is the South Kensington Museum in London, whereon we build greater hopes for the future than on any other one thing. There I go every Saturday night, when the museum is open later than usual, to see the handicraftsman, the woodworker, the glass-blower, and the worker in metals. And it is here that the man of refinement and culture comes face to face with the workman who ministers to his joy. He comes to know more of the nobility of the workman, and the workman, feeling the appreciation, comes to know more of the nobility of his work. You have too many white walls. More color is wanted. You should have such men as Whistler among you to teach you the beauty and joy of color. Take Mr. Whistler's Symphony in White, which you no doubt have imagined to be something quite bizarre. It is nothing of the sort. Think of a cool grey sky, flecked here and there with white clouds, a grey ocean, and three wonderfully beautiful figures, robed in white, leaning over the water, and dropping white flowers from their fingers. Here is no extensive intellectual scheme to trouble you, and no metaphysics of which we have had quite enough in art. But if the simple and unaided colour strike the right keynote, the whole conception is made clear. I regard Mr. Whistler's famous Peacock Room as the finest thing in colour and art decoration which the world has known since Correggio painted that wonderful room in Italy where the little children are dancing on the walls. Mr. Whistler finished another room just before I came away, a breakfast room in blue and yellow. The ceiling was a light blue, the cabinet work and the furniture were of a yellow wood, the curtains at the windows were white and worked in yellow, and when the table was set for breakfast with dainty blue china, nothing can be conceived at once so simple and so joyous. The fault which I have observed in most of your rooms is that there is apparent no definite scheme of colour. Everything is not attuned to a keynote as it should be. The apartments are crowded with pretty things which have no relation to one another. Again, your artist must decorate what is more simply useful. In your art schools I found no attempt to decorate such things as the vessels for water. I know of nothing uglier than the ordinary jug or pitcher. A museum could be filled with the different kinds of water vessels which are used in hot countries. Yet we continue to submit to the depressing jug with the handle all on one side. I do not see the wisdom of decorating dinner plates with sunsets, and soup plates with moonlight scenes. I do not think it adds anything to the pleasure of the canvas-bag duck to take it out of such glories. Besides, we do not want a soup plate whose bottom seems to vanish in the distance. One feels neither safe nor comfortable under such conditions. In fact, I did not find in the art schools of the country that the difference was explained between decorative and imaginative art. The conditions of art should be simple. A great deal more depends upon the heart than upon the head. Appreciation of art is not secured by any elaborate scheme of learning. Art requires a good healthy atmosphere. The motives for art are still around about us as they were round about the ancients, and the subjects are also easily found by the earnest sculptor and the painter. Nothing is more picturesque and graceful than a man at work. The artist who goes to the children's playground, watches them at their sport, and sees the boy stoop to tie his shoe, will find the same themes that engaged the attention of the ancient Greeks, and such observation, and the illustrations which follow, will do much to correct that foolish impression that mental and physical beauty are always divorced. To you, more than perhaps to any other country, has nature been generous in furnishing material for art workers to work in. You have marble quarries where the stone is more beautiful in colour than any the Greeks ever had for their beautiful work, and yet, day after day, I am confronted with a great building of some stupid man who has used a beautiful material, as if it were not precious almost beyond speech. Marble should not be used save by noble workmen. There is nothing which gave me a greater sense of bareness in travelling through the country than the entire absence of wood carving on your houses. Wood carving is the simplest of the decorative arts. In Switzerland the little barefooted boy beautifies the porch of his father's house with examples of skill in this direction. Why should not American boys do a great deal more and better than Swiss boys? There is nothing to my mind more coarse in conception and more vulgar in execution than modern jewelry. This is something that can easily be corrected. Something better should be made out of the beautiful gold which is stored up in your mountain hollows and strewn along your river beds. When I was at Leadville, and reflected that all the shining silver that I saw coming from the mines would be made into ugly dollars, it made me sad. It should be made into something more permanent. The golden gates at Florence are as beautiful to-day as when Michelangelo saw them. We should see more of the workmen than we do. We should not be content to have the salesman stand between us. The salesman who knows nothing of what he is selling, save that he is charging a great deal too much for it. And watching the workman will teach that most important lesson, the nobility of all rational workmanship. I said in my last lecture that art should create a new brotherhood among men by furnishing a universal language. I said that under its beneficent influences war might pass away. Thinking this, what place can I ascribe to art in our education? If children go up among all fair and lovely things, they will grow to love beauty and detest ugliness before they know the reason why. If you go into a house where everything is coarse, you find things chipped and broken and unsightly. Nobody exercises any care. If everything is dainty and delicate, gentleness and refinement of manner are unconsciously acquired. When I was in San Francisco, I used to visit the Chinese quarter frequently. There I used to watch a great hulking Chinese workman at his task of digging, and used to see him every day drink his tea from a little cup as delicate in texture as the petal of a flower, whereas in all the grand hotels of the land, where thousands of dollars have been lavished on great gilt mirrors and gaudy columns, I have been given my coffee or my chocolate in cups 1.25 inches thick. I think I have deserved something nicer. The art systems of the past have been devised by philosophers who looked upon human beings as obstructions. They have tried to educate boys' minds before they had any. How much better it would be in these early years to teach children to use their hands in the rational service of mankind. I would have a workshop attached to every school, and 1 hour a day given up to the teaching of simple decorative arts. It would be a golden hour to the children, and you would soon raise up a race of handicraftsmen who would transform the face of your country. I have seen only one such school in the United States, and this was in Philadelphia, and was founded by my friend Mr. Leyland. I stopped there yesterday, and have brought some of the work here this afternoon to show you. Here are 2 discs of beaten brass. The designs on them are beautiful, the workmanship is simple, and the entire result is satisfactory. The work was done by a little boy, 12 years old. This is a wooden bowl, decorated by a little girl of 13. The design is lovely, and the coloring delicate and pretty. Here you see a piece of beautiful wood carving accomplished by a little boy of 9. In such work as this, children learn sincerity in art. They learn to abhor the liar in art, the man who paints wood to look like iron, or iron to look like stone. It is a practical school of morals. No better way is there to learn to love nature than to understand art. It dignifies every flower of the field, and the boy who sees the thing of beauty, which a bird on the wing becomes when transferred to wood or canvas, will probably not throw the customary stone. What we want is something spiritual added to life. Nothing is so ignoble that art cannot sanctify it. End of House Decoration by Oscar Wilde. Read by Sandra Luna.
The Jerilderie Letter by Edward Kelly, known as Ned Kelly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dear Sir, I wish to acquaint you with some of the occurrences of the present, past, and future. In or about the spring of 1870, the ground was very soft. A hawker named Mr. Gould got his waggon bogged between Greta and my mother's house on the 11-mile creek. The ground was so rotten that it would bog a duck in places, so Mr. Gould had to abandon his waggon for fear of losing his horses in the spewy ground. He was stopping at my mother's, awaiting finer or drier weather. Mr. McCormick and his wife, hawkers also, were camped at Greta. The mosquitoes were very bad, which they generally are, with a wet spring to help them. Mr. Johns had a horse called Rutter Crutter, which, although a gelding, was as clever as old Wombat or any other stallion, at running horses away and taking them on his beat, which was from Greta Swamp to the 7 Mile Creek. Consequently, he enticed McCormick's horse away from Greta. Mr. Gould was up early feeding his horses, heard a bell, and seen McCormick's horse, for he knew the horse well. He sent his boy to take him back to Greta. When McCormick's got the horse, they came straight out to Gould and accused him of working the horse. This was false, and Gould was amazed at the idea. I could not help laughing to hear Mrs. McCormack accusing him of using the horse after him being so kind as to send his boy to take him from the Rutakruta and take him back to them. I pleaded Gould's innocence, and Mrs. McCormack turned on me and accused me of bringing the horse from Greta to Gould's wagon to pull him out of the bog. I did not say much to the woman, as my mother was present, but the same day, when me and my uncle was cutting calves, Gould wrapped up a note and a pair of the calves' testicles, and gave them to me to give them to Mrs. McCormack. I did not see her, and gave the parcel to a boy to give to her when she would come. Instead of giving it to her, he gave it to her husband. Consequently, McCormack said he would summons me. I told him neither me nor Gould used their horse. He said I was a liar, and he could welt me or any of my breed. I was about 14 years of age, but accepted the challenge, and was dismounting when Mrs. McCormack struck my horse in the flank with a bullock's skin. It jumped forward, and my fist came in collision with McCormack's nose, and caused him to lose his equilibrium and fall prostrate. I tied up my horse to finish the battle, but McCormack got up and ran to the police camp. Constable Hall asked me what the row was about. I told him they accused me and Gould of using their horse, and I hit him, and would do the same to him if he challenged me. McCormack pulled me and swore their lies against me. I was sentenced to 3 months for hitting him, and 3 months for the parcel, and bound to keep the peace for 12 months. Mrs. McCormack gave good substantial evidence, as she is well acquainted with that place called Tasmania, better known as the Dervan or Van Diemen's Land, and McCormack being a policeman over the convicts and women, being scarce released from that land of bondage and tyranny. They came to Victoria, and are at present residents of Greta. On the 29th March I was released from prison and came home. Wild Wright came to the 11 Mile to see Mr. Gunn, stopped all night, and lost his mare. Both him and me looked all day for her, and could not get her. Wright, who was a stranger to me, was in a hurry to get back to Mansfield, and I gave him another mare, and he told me, if I found his mare, to keep her until he brought mine back. I was going to Wangaratta, and saw the mare, and I caught her, and took her with me. All the police and Detective Beryl seen her, as Martin's girls used to ride her about the town during several days that I stopped at Peter Martin's Star Hotel in Wangaratta. She was a chestnut mare, white-faced, dock-tail, very remarkably branded, (M), as plain as the hands on a town clock, the property of a telegraph master in Mansfield. He lost her on the 6th, and gazetted her on the 12th of March. I was a prisoner in Beechworth Gaol until the 29th of March, therefore I could not have stole the mare. I was riding the mare through Greta. Constable Hall came to me and said he wanted me to sign some papers that I did not sign at Beechworth concerning my bail bonds. I thought it was the truth. He said the papers was at the barracks, and I had no idea that he wanted to arrest me, or I would have quietly rode away instead of going to the barracks. I was getting off when Hall caught hold of me and thought to throw me, but made a mistake and came on the broad of his back himself in the dust. The mare galloped away, and instead of me putting my foot on Hall's neck and taking his revolver and putting him in the lock-up, I tried to catch the mare. Hall got up and snapped 3 or 4 caps at me, and would have shot me, but the Colt's patent refused. This is well known in Greta. Hall never told me he wanted to arrest me until after he tried to shoot me. When I heard the cap snapping, I stood until Hall came close. He had me covered and was shaking with fear, and I knew he would pull the trigger before he would be game to put his hand on me. I duped and jumped at him, caught the revolver with one hand and Hall by the collar with the other. I dare not strike him, or my sureties would lose the bond money. I used to trip him and let him take a mouthful of dust now and again, as he was as helpless as a big goanna after leaving a dead bullock or horse. I kept throwing him in the dust until I got him across the street to the very spot where Mrs. O'Brien's hotel stands now. The cellar was just dug then. There was some brush fencing where the post and rail was taken down, and on this I threw the big cowardly Hall on his belly. I straddled him and rooted both spurs into his thighs. He roared like a big calf attacked by dogs, and shifted several yards of fence. I got his hands at the back of his neck, and tried to make him let the revolver go, but he stuck to it like grim death to a dead volunteer. He called for assistance to a man named Cohen, and Thomas Barnett, Lewis, Thompson, Jewett, and 2 blacksmiths who was looking on. I dare not strike any of them, as I was bound to keep the peace, or I could have spread those curs like dung in a paddock. They got ropes, tied my hands and feet, and Hall beat me over the head with his 6-chambered Colt's revolver. 9 stitches were put in some of the cuts by Dr. Hastings. And when Wildwright and my mother came, they could trace us across the street by the blood in the dust, and which spoiled the lustre of the paint on the gatepost of the barracks. Hall sent for more police and Dr. Hastings. Next morning I was handcuffed, a rope tied from them to my legs and to the seat of the cart, and taken to Wangaratta. Hall was frightened I would throw him out of the cart, so he tied me, whilst Constable Arthur laughed at his cowardice, for it was he who escorted me and Hall to Wangaratta. I was tried and committed, as Hall swore I claimed the mare. The doctor died, or he would have proved Hall a perjurer. Hall has been tried several times for perjury, but got clear, as this is no crime in the police force. It is a credit to a policeman to convict an innocent man, but any mutt can pot a guilty one. Hall's character is well known about El Dorado and Snowy Creek, and Hall was considerably in debt to Mr. L. O'Brien, and he was going to leave Greta. Mr. O'Brien seen no other chance of getting his money, so there was a subscription collected for Hall. With the aid of this money, he got James Murdoch, who was recently hung in Wagga Wagga, to give false evidence against me, but I was acquitted on the charge of horse stealing. On Hall and Murdoch's evidence, I was found guilty of receiving, and got 3 years' experience in Beechworth and Pentridge's dungeons. This is the only charge ever proved against me, therefore I can say I never was convicted of horse or cattle stealing. My brother Dan was never charged with assaulting a woman, but he was sentenced to 3 months without the option of a fine, and 1 month and £2 fine for damaging property by Mr. Butler, PM. A sentence there is no law to uphold. Therefore the Minister of Justice neglected his duty in that case, but there never was such a thing as justice in the English laws, but any amount of injustice to be had. Out of over 30 head of the very best horses the land could produce, I could find only 1 when I got my liberty. Constable Flood stole and sold most of them to the navvies on the railway line. 1 bay cob he stole and sold 4 different times. The line was completed and the men all gone when I came out, and Flood was shifted to Oxley. He carried on the same game there. All the stray horses that was any time without an owner, and not in the Police Gazette, Flood used to claim. He was doing a good trade at Oxley until Mr. Brown of the Laceby station got him shifted, as he was always running his horses about. Flood is different to Sergeant Steele, Strachan, Hall, and most of the police, as they've got to hire cads, and if they fail the police are quite helpless, but Flood can make a cheque single-handed. He is the greatest horse stealer, with the exception of myself and George King, I know of. I never worked on a farm. A horse and saddle was never traced to me after leaving employment. Since February 1873, I worked as a faller at Mr. J. Saunders and Mr. R. Rule's sawmills, then for Heach and Duckendorf. I never worked for less than £2.10 a week since I left Pentridge, and in 1875 or 1876 I was overseer for Saunders and Rule, Burke's Waterhole sawmills in Victoria. Since then I was on the King's River. During my stay there I ran in a wild bull, which I gave to Literature, a farmer. He sold it to Carr, a publican and butcher, who killed him for beef. Some time afterwards I was blamed for stealing this bull from James Whitty of Boggy Creek. I asked Whitty on Oxley Racecourse why he blamed me for stealing his bull. He said he had found his bull and never blamed me, but his son-in-law Farrell told him he heard I sold the bull to Carr. Not long afterwards I heard again I was blamed for stealing a mob of calves from Whitty and Farrell, which I never knew nothing about. I began to think they wanted me to give them something to talk about, therefore I started wholesale and retail horse and cattle dealing. Whitty and Burns, not being satisfied with all the picked land on the Boggy Creek and King River, and the run of their stock on certificate ground free and no one interfering with them, paid heavy rent to the banks for all the open ground, so as a poor man could keep no stock. They impounded every beast they could get, even off government roads. If a poor man happened to leave his horse or a bit of poddy calf outside his paddock, they would be impounded. I have known over 60 head of horses impounded in one day by Whitty and Burns, all belonging to poor farmers. They would have to leave their ploughing or harvest or other employment to go to Oxley. When they would get there, perhaps they would not have money enough to release them, and have to give a bill of sale or borrow money, which is no easy matter. Along with this sort of work, Farrell the policeman stole a horse from George King, and had him in Whitty and Farrell's paddocks until he left the force. All this was the cause of me and my stepfather, George King, taking their horses and selling them to Baumgarten and Kennedy. The pick of them was taken to a good market, and the culls were kept in Peterson's paddock, and their brands altered by me. 2 were sold to Kennedy and the rest to Baumgarten, who were strangers to me, and, I believe, honest men. They paid me full value for the horses, and could not have known they were stolen. No person had anything to do with the stealing and selling of the horses but me and George King. William Cook, who was convicted for Whitty's horses, was innocent. He was not in my company at Peterson's. But it is not the place of the police to convict guilty men, as it is by them they get their living. Had the right parties been convicted, it would have been a bad job for the police, as Berry would have sacked a great many of them. Only I came to their aid, and kept them in their billets and good employment, and got them double pay, and yet the ungrateful articles convicted my mother and an infant, my brother-in-law, and another man who was innocent, and still annoy my brothers and sisters. The ignorant unicorns even threaten to shoot myself, but as soon as I am dead, they will be heels up in the Maru. There will be no more police required. They will be sacked and supplanted by soldiers on low pay in the towns, and special constables made of some of the farmers to make up for this double pay and expense. It will pay the government to give those people who are suffering innocence, justice, and liberty. If not, I will be compelled to show some colonial stratagem which will open the eyes of not only the Victorian police and inhabitants, but also the whole British army. No doubt they will acknowledge their hounds were barking at the wrong stump, and that Fitzpatrick will be the cause of greater slaughter to the Union Jack than St. Patrick was to the snakes and toads in Ireland. The Queen of England was as guilty as Baumgarten and Kennedy, Williamson and Skillion, of what they were convicted for. When the horses were found on the Murray River, I wrote a letter to Mr. Swanhill of Lake Rowan to acquaint the auctioneer and to advertise my horses for sale. I bought some of them to that place, but did not sell. I sold some of them in Benalla, Melbourne, and other places, and left the colony and became a rambling gambler. Soon after I left there was a warrant for me, and the police searched the place and watched night and day for 2 or 3 weeks. When they could not snare me, they got a warrant against my brother Dan, and on the 15th of April, Fitzpatrick came to the 11 Mile Creek to arrest him. He had some conversation with a horse dealer, whom he swore was William Skillion. This man was not called in Beechworth, besides several other witnesses, who alone could have proved Fitzpatrick's falsehood. After leaving this man, he went to the house and asked, "Was Dan in?" Dan came out. I hear previous to this, Fitzpatrick had some conversation with Williamson on the hill. He asked Dan to come to Greta with him, as he had a warrant for him for stealing Whitty's horses. Dan said, "All right," and they both went inside. Dan was having something to eat. His mother asked Fitzpatrick what he wanted Dan for. The trooper said he had a warrant for him. Dan then asked him to produce it. He said it was only a telegram sent from Chiltern, but Sergeant Whelan had ordered him to relieve Steele at Greta, and call and arrest Dan, and take him to Wangaratta the next morning, and get him remanded. Dan's mother said Dan need not go without a warrant unless he liked, and that the trooper had no business on her premises without some authority besides his own word. The trooper pulled out his revolver, and said he would blow her brains out if she interfered in the arrest. She told him it was a good job that Ned was not here, or he would ram his revolver down his throat. Dan looked out and said, "Ned is coming now." The trooper, being off his guard, looked out, and when Dan got his attention drawn, he dropped the knife and fork, which showed he had no murderous intent, and slapped Heenan's hug on him, took the revolver, and kept him there until Skillion and Ryan came with horses, which Dan sold that night. The trooper left and invented some scheme to say that he got shot, which any man can see is false. He told Dan to clear out, that Sergeant Steele and Detective Brown and Strachan would be there before morning. Strachan had been over the Murray trying to get up a case against him, and they would convict him if they caught him, as the Stock Society offered an enticement for witnesses to swear anything, and the Germans over the Murray would swear to the wrong man as well as the right. Next day Williamson and my mother was arrested, and Skillion the day after, who was not there at all at the time of the row, which can be proved by 8 or 9 witnesses. The police got great credit and praise in the papers for arresting the mother of 12 children, one an infant on her breast, and those 2 quiet, hard-working, innocent men who would not know the difference between a revolver and a saucepan handle, kept them 6 months awaiting trial, and then convicted them on the evidence of the meanest article that ever the sun shone on. It seems that the jury was well chosen by the police, as there was a discharged sergeant amongst them, which is contrary to law. They thought it impossible for a policeman to swear a lie, but I can assure them that it is by that means, and hiring cads, they got promoted. I have heard from a trooper that he never knew Fitzpatrick to be one night sober, and that he sold his sister to a Chinaman, but he looks a young, strapping, rather genteel man, more fit to be a starcher to a laundress than a policeman, for, to the keen observer, he has the wrong appearance for a manly heart. The deceit and cowardice is too plain to be seen in the puny, cabbage-hearted looking face. I heard nothing of this transaction until very close on the trial, I being then over 400 miles from Greta. I heard I was outlawed, and £100 reward for me for shooting a trooper in Victoria, and £100 for any man that could prove a conviction of horse stealing against me, so I came back to Victoria. I knew I would get no justice if I gave myself up. I inquired after my brother Dan, and found him digging on Bullock Creek. I heard how the police used to be blowing that they would not ask me to stand, they would shoot me first and then cry surrender, and how they used to rush into the house and upset all the milk dishes, break tins of eggs, empty the flour out of the bags onto the ground, and even the meat out of the cask, and destroy all the provisions, and shove the girls in front of them into the rooms like dogs, so as if anyone was in there they would shoot the girls first. But they knew well I was not there, or I would have scattered their blood and brains like rain. I would manure the 11 Mile with their bloated carcasses, and yet, remember, there is not one drop of murderous blood in my veins. Sergeant Smith used to say to my sisters, "See all the men I have out today? I will have as many more tomorrow, and we will blow him into pieces as small as the paper that is in our guns." Detective Ward and Constable Hayes took out their revolvers and threatened to shoot the girls and children in Mrs. Skillion's absence. The greatest ruffians and murderers, no matter how depraved, would not be guilty of such a cowardly action. This sort of cruelty and disgraceful and cowardly conduct to my brothers and sisters who had no protection, coupled with the conviction of my mother and those men, certainly made my blood boil. I don't think there is a man born who could have the patience to suffer it as long as I did, or even allow his blood to get cold while such insults as these were unavenged. Yet in every paper that is printed I am called the blackest and coldest-blooded murderer ever on record, but if I hear any more of it, I will not exactly show them what cold-blooded murder is, but wholesale and retail slaughter, something different to shooting 3 troopers in self-defence and robbing a bank. I would have been rather hot-blooded to throw down my rifle and let them shoot me and my innocent brother. They were not satisfied with frightening my sisters night and day, and destroying their provisions, and lagging my mother and infant, and those innocent men, but should follow me and my brother into the wilds, where he had been quietly digging, neither molesting or interfering with anyone. He was making good wages, as the creek is very rich within half a mile from where I shot Kennedy. I was not there long, and on the 25th of October I came on police tracks between Tabletop and the bogs. I crossed them, and returning in the evening, I came on a different set of tracks, making for the shingle hut. I went to our camp and told my brother and his 2 mates. Me and my brother went and found their camp at the shingle hut, about a mile from my brother's house. We saw they carried long firearms, and we knew our doom was sealed if we could not beat those before the others would come. I knew the other party of police would soon join them, and if they came on us at our camp, they would shoot us down like dogs at our work, as we had only 2 guns. We thought it best to try and bail these 2 up, take their firearms and ammunition and horses, and we could stand a chance with the rest. We approached the spring as close as we could get to the camp, as the intervening space being clear ground and no battery. We saw 2 men at the logs. They got up, and one took a double-barrelled fowling piece and fetched a horse down and hobbled him at the tent. We thought there were more men in the tent asleep, those outside being on sentry. We could have shot those 2 men without speaking, but not wishing to take their lives, we waited. McIntyre laid his gun against a stump, and Lonergan sat on a log. I advanced, my brother Dan keeping McIntyre covered, which he took to be Constable Flood, and had he not obeyed my orders, or attempted to reach for the gun or draw his revolver, he would have been shot dead. When I called on them to throw up their hands, McIntyre obeyed, and Lonergan ran some 6 or 7 yards to a battery of logs. instead of dropping behind the one he was sitting on. He had just got to the logs and put his head up to take aim when I shot him that instant, or he would have shot me, as I took him for Strachan, the man who said he would not ask me to stand, but would shoot me first like a dog. But it happened to be Lonergan, the man who, in company with Sergeant Whelan, Fitzpatrick and King, the bootmaker, and Constable O'Day, tried to put a pair of handcuffs on me in Benalla, but could not, and had to allow McInnes, the miller, to put them on. Previous to Fitzpatrick swearing he was shot, I was fined £2 for hitting Fitzpatrick, and £2 for not allowing 5 curs like Sergeant Whelan, O'Day, Fitzpatrick, King and Lonergan, who caught me by the privates and would have sent me to Kingdom Come only I was not ready, to arrest me. He is the man that blowed before he left Violet Town that if Ned Kelly was to be shot, he was the man would shoot him. No doubt he would shoot me, even if I drew up my arms and laid down, as he knew 4 of them could not arrest me single-handed. Not to talk of the rest of my mates. Either he or me would have to die. This he knew well, therefore he had a right to keep out of my road. Fitzpatrick is the only one I hit out of the 5 in Benalla. This shows my feeling towards him, as he said we were good friends and even swore it. But he was the biggest enemy I had in the country with the exception of Lonergan, and he can be thankful I was not there when he took a revolver and threatened to shoot my mother in her own house. It is not true I fired 3 shots and missed him at 1.5 yards. I don't think I would use a revolver to shoot a man like him when I was within 1.5 yards of him, or attempt to fire into a house where my mother, brothers and sisters was, and according to Fitzpatrick's statement, all around him. A man that is such a bad shot as to miss a man 3 times at 1.5 yards would never attempt to fire into a house among a house full of women and children, while I had a pair of arms and a bunch of 5s at the end of them. They never failed to peg out anything they came in contact with, and Fitzpatrick knew the weight of one of them only too well, as it run up against him once in Benalla, and cost me £2 odd, as he is very subject to fainting. As soon as I shot Lonergan, he jumped up and staggered some distance from the logs, with his hands raised, and then fell. He surrendered, but too late. I asked McIntyre who was in the tent. He replied, no one. I advanced and took possession of their 2 revolvers and fowling piece, which I loaded with bullets instead of shot. I asked McIntyre where his mates were. He said they'd gone down the creek, and he did not expect them that night. He asked me if I was going to shoot him and his mates. I told him no, I would shoot no man if he gave up his arms, and promised to leave the force. He said the police all knew Fitzpatrick had wronged us, and he intended to leave the force as he had bad health and his life was insured. He told me that he intended going home, and that Kennedy and Scanlon were out looking for our camp, and also about the other police. He told me the New South Wales police had shot a man for shooting Sergeant Walling. I told him if they did, they had shot the wrong man, and I expect your band came to do the same with me. He said no, they did not come to shoot me, they came to apprehend me. I asked him what they carried Spencer rifles and breech-loading fowling pieces and so much ammunition for, as the police was only supposed to carry 1 revolver and 6 cartridges in the revolver, but they had 18 round of revolver cartridges each, 3 dozen for the fowling piece, and 21 Spencer rifle cartridges, and God knows how many they had away with the rifle. This looked as if they meant not only to shoot me, but to riddle me, but I don't know either Kennedy or Scanlon or him, and had nothing against them. He said he would get them to give up their arms if I would not shoot them, as I could not blame them, they had to do their duty. I said I did not blame them for doing honest duty, but I could not suffer them blowing me to pieces in my own native land. If they knew Fitzpatrick wronged us, why not make it public and convict him? But no, they would rather riddle poor unfortunate Creoles. But they will rue the day ever Fitzpatrick got among them. Our 2 mates came over when they heard the shot fired, but went back again for fear the police might come to our camp while we were all away and manure Bullock Flat with us on arrival. I stopped at the logs, and Dan went back to the spring for fear the troopers would come in that way, but I soon heard them coming up the creek. I told McIntyre to tell them to give up their arms. He spoke to Kennedy, who was some distance in front of Scanlon. He reached for his revolver, and jumped off on the off-side of his horse, and got behind a tree. When I called on them to throw up their arms, Scanlon, who carried the rifle, slewed his horse around to gallop away, but the horse would not go, and as quick as thought, fired at me with the rifle without unslinging it, and was in the act of firing again when I had to shoot him, and he fell from his horse. I could have shot them without speaking, but their lives was no good to me. McIntyre jumped on Kennedy's horse, and I allowed him to go, as I did not like to shoot him after he surrendered. Or I would have shot him, as he was between me and Kennedy. Therefore I could not shoot Kennedy without shooting him first. Kennedy kept firing from behind the tree. My brother Dan advanced, and Kennedy ran. I followed him. He stopped behind another tree and fired again. I shot him in the armpit, and he dropped his revolver and ran. I fired again with the gun as he slewed around to surrender. I did not know he had dropped the revolver. The bullet passed through the right side of his chest, and he could not live, or I would have let him go. Had they been my own brothers, I could not help shooting them, or else let them shoot me, which they would have done had their bullets been directed as they intended them. But as for handcuffing Kennedy to a tree, or cutting his ear off, or brutally treating any of them, is a falsehood. If Kennedy's ear was cut off, it was not done by me, and none of my mates was near him after he was shot. I put his cloak over him, and left him as well as I could, and were they my own brothers, I could not have been more sorry for them. This cannot be called wilful murder, for I was compelled to shoot them, or lie down and let them shoot me. It would not be wilful murder if they packed our remains in, shattered into a mass of animated gore, to Mansfield. They would have gotten great praise and credit as well as promotion, but I am reckoned a horrid brute, because I had not been cowardly enough to lie down for them under such trying circumstances and insults to my people. Certainly their wives and children are to be pitied, but they must remember those men came into the bush with the intention of scattering pieces of me and my brother all over the bush, and yet they know and acknowledge I have been wronged, and my mother and 4 or 5 men lagged innocent. And is my brothers and sister and my mother not to be pitied also, who has no alternative only to put up with the brutal and cowardly conduct of a parcel of big, ugly, fat-necked, wombat-headed, big-bellied, magpie-legged, narrow-hipped, splay-footed sons of Irish bailiffs or English landlords, which is better known as officers of justice or Victorian police, who some calls honest gentlemen. But I would like to know what business an honest man would have in the police. As it is an old saying, it takes a rogue to catch a rogue, and a man that knows nothing about roguery would never enter the force and take an oath to arrest brother, sister, father or mother if required, and have a case and conviction if possible. Any man knows it is possible to swear a lie, and if a policeman loses a conviction for the sake of swearing a lie, he has broke his oath. Therefore he is a perjurer either ways. A policeman is a disgrace to his country, not alone to the mother that suckled him. In the first place, he is a rogue in his heart, but too cowardly to follow it up without having the force to disguise it. Next, he is a traitor to his country, ancestors, and religion, as they were all Catholics before the Saxons and Cranmore yoke held sway. Since then they were persecuted, massacred, thrown into martyrdom, and tortured beyond the ideas of the present generation. What would people say if they saw a strapping big lump of an Irishman shepherding sheep for 15 bob a week, or tailing turkeys in Telerook ranges for a smile from Julia, or even begging his tucker? They would say he ought to be ashamed of himself and tar and feather him. But he would be a king to a policeman, who for a lazy, loafing, cowardly billet left the Ash Corner and deserted the Shamrock, the emblem of true wit and beauty, to serve under a flag and nation that has destroyed, massacred, and murdered their forefathers by the greatest of torture, such as rolling them downhill in spiked barrels, pulling out their toe and fingernails, and on the wheel, and every torture imaginable. More was transported to Van Diemen's Land to pine their young lives away in starvation and misery among tyrants worse than the promised hell itself. All of true blood, bone, and beauty that was not murdered on their own soil, or had fled to America or other countries to bloom again another day, were doomed to Port Macquarie, Toongabbie, Norfolk Island, and Emu Plains, and in those places of tyranny and condemnation many a blooming Irishman, rather than subdue to the Saxon yoke, were flogged to death, and bravely died in servile chains, but true to the Shamrock, and a credit to Paddy's land. What would people say if I became a policeman and took an oath to arrest my brothers and sisters and relations, and convict them by fair or foul means, after the conviction of my mother and the persecution and insults offered to myself and people? Would they say I was a decent gentleman? And yet a policeman is still in worse, and guilty of meaner actions than that. The Queen must surely be proud of such heroic men as the police and Irish soldiers, as it takes 8 or 11 of the biggest mud crushers in Melbourne to take one poor little half-starved larrikin to a watch-house. I have seen as many as 11, big and ugly enough to lift Mount Macedon out of a crab-hole, more like the species of a baboon or gorilla than a man, actually come into a courthouse and swear they could not arrest one 8-stone larrikin, and them armed with batons and niddies, without some civilian's assistance, and some of them going to hospital from the effects of hits from the fists of the larrikin, and the magistrate would send the poor little larrikin into a dungeon for being a better man than such a parcel of armed curs. What would England do if America declared war and hoisted a green flag? As it is all Irishmen that has got command of her armies, forts and batteries. Even her very lifeguards and beef tasters are Irish. Would they not slew round and fight her with their own arms for the sake of the colour they dare not wear for years, and to reinstate it, and raise old Erin's Isle once more from the pressure and tyrannism of the English yoke, which has kept it in poverty and starvation, and caused them to wear the enemy's coat? What else can England expect? Is there not big fat-necked unicorns enough, paid to torment and drive me to do things which I don't wish to do, without the public assisting them? I have never interfered with any person unless they have deserved it, and yet there are civilians who take firearms against me, for what reason I do not know, unless they want me to turn on them and exterminate them without medicine. I shall be compelled to make an example of some of them if they cannot find no other employment. If I had robbed and plundered, ravished and murdered everything I met, young and old, rich and poor, the public could not do any more than take firearms and assist the police as they have done. But, by the light that shines, pegged on an ant-bed with their bellies opened, their fat taken out, rendered and poured down their throats boiling hot, will be cool to what pleasure I will give some of them. Any person aiding or harbouring or assisting the police in any way whatever, or employing any person whom they know to be a detective or cad, or those who would be so depraved as to take blood money, will be outlawed and declared unfit to be allowed human burial, their property either consumed or confiscated, and them, theirs, and all belonging to them exterminated off the face of the earth. The enemy I cannot catch myself, I shall give a payable reward for. I would like to know who put that article that reminds me of a poodle dog, half clipped in the lion fashion, called Brooke E. Smith, Superintendent of Police. He knows as much about commanding police as Captain Standish does about mustering mosquitoes and boiling them down for their fat on the back blocks of the Lachlan. For he has a head like a turnip, a stiff neck as big as his shoulders, narrow-hipped and pointed towards the feet like a vine stake. If there is anyone to be called a murderer regarding Kennedy, Scanlon and Lonergan, it is that misplaced poodle. He gets as much pay as a dozen good troopers, if there is any good in them, and what does he do for it? He cannot look behind him without turning his whole frame. It takes 3 or 4 police to keep sentry while he sleeps in Wangaratta for fear of body snatchers. Do they think he is a superior animal to the men that has to guard him? If so, why not send the men that gets big pay and reckon superior to the common police after me, and you shall soon save the country of high salaries to men that is fit for nothing else but getting better men than himself shot, and sending orphan children to the industrial school to make prostitutes and cads of them for the detectives and other evil-disposed persons. Send the high-paid and men that received big salaries for years in a gang by themselves after me, as it makes no difference to them, but it will give them a chance of showing whether they are worth more pay than a common trooper or not. I think the public will soon find they are not only in the road of good men, but obtaining money under false pretences. I do not call McIntyre a coward, for I reckon he is as game a man as wears the jacket, as he had the presence of mind to know his position directly he was spoken to, and only foolishness to disobey. It was cowardice that made Lonergan and the others fight. It is only foolhardiness to disobey an outlaw, as any policeman, or any other man who do not throw up their arms directly as I call on them, knows the consequences, which is a speedy dispatch to Kingdom Come. I wish those men who joined the Stock Protection Society to withdraw their money, and give it and as much more to the widows and orphans and poor of Greta District, where I spent and will again spend many a happy day, fearless, free and bold, as it only aids the police to procure false witnesses and go wax with men to steal horses and lag innocent men. It would suit them far better to subscribe a sum and give it to the poor of their district, and there is no fear of anyone stealing their property, for no man could steal their horses without the knowledge of the poor. If any man was mean enough to steal their property, the poor would rise out to a man and find them if they were on the face of the earth. It will always pay a rich man to be liberal with the poor, and make as little enemies as he can, as he shall find if the poor is on his side, he shall lose nothing by it. If they depend on the police, they shall be drove to destruction, as they cannot and will not protect them. If duffing and bushranging were abolished, the police would have to cadge for their living. I speak from experiences. I have sold horses and cattle innumerable, and yet 8 head of coals is all ever was found. I never was interfered with, whilst I kept up this successful trade. I give fair warning to all those who has reason to fear me to sell out and give £10 out of every 100 towards the Widow and Orphan Fund, and do not attempt to reside in Victoria but as short a time as possible after reading this notice. Neglect this and abide by the consequences, which shall be worse than the rust in the wheat in Victoria, or the drought of a dry season to the grasshoppers in New South Wales. I do not wish to give the order full force without giving timely warning, but I am a widow's son outlawed, and my orders must be obeyed. Edward Kelly. End of the Jerilderie Letter by Edward Kelly, known as Ned Kelly. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia.
The Liberation of a People's Vital Energies by Woodrow Wilson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Liberation of a People's Vital Energies. No matter how often we think of it, the discovery of America must each time make a fresh appeal to our imaginations. For centuries, indeed from the beginning, the face of Europe had been turned towards the East. All the routes of trade, every impulse and energy, ran from west to east. The Atlantic lay at the world's back door. Then, suddenly, the conquest of Constantinople by the Turk closed the route to the Orient. Europe had either to face about or lack any outlet for her energies. The unknown sea at the west at last was ventured upon, and the earth learned that it was twice as big as it had thought. Columbus did not find, as he had expected, the civilization of Cathay. He found an empty continent. In that part of the world, upon that new-found half of the globe, mankind, late in its history, was thus afforded an opportunity to set up a new civilization. Here it was strangely privileged to make a new human experiment. Never can that moment of unique opportunity fail to excite the emotion of all who consider its strangeness and richness. 1,000 fanciful histories of the earth might be contrived without the imagination daring to conceive such a romance as the hiding away of half the globe until the fullness of time had come for a new start in civilization. A mere sea captain's ambition to trace a new trade route gave way to a moral adventure for humanity. The race was to found a new order here on this delectable land, which no man approached without receiving, as the old voyagers relate, you remember, sweet airs out of woods aflame with flowers and murmurous with the sound of pellucid waters. The hemisphere lay waiting to be touched with life, life from the old centers of living, surely, but cleansed of defilement, and cured of weariness. so as to be fit for the virgin purity of a new bride. The whole thing springs into the imagination like a wonderful vision, an exquisite marvel which once only in all history could be vouchsafed. One other thing only compares with it, only one other thing touches the springs of emotion as does the picture of the ships of Columbus drawing near the bright shores. And that is the thought of the choke in the throat of the immigrant of today as he gazes from the steerage deck at the land where he has been taught to believe he in his turn shall find an earthly paradise, where, a free man, he shall forget the heartaches of the old life, and enter into the fulfillment of the hope of the world. For has not every ship that has pointed her prow westward borne hither the hopes of generation after generation of the oppressed of other lands? How always have men's hearts beat as they saw the coast of America rise to their view! How it has always seemed to them that the dweller there would at last be rid of kings, of privileged classes, and of all those bonds which had kept men depressed and helpless, and would there realize the full fruition of his sense of honest manhood, would there be one of a great body of brothers, not seeking to defraud and deceive one another, but seeking to accomplish the general good. What was in the writings of the men who founded America? To serve the selfish interests of America? Do you find that in their writings? No. To serve the cause of humanity, to bring liberty to mankind. They set up their standards here in America in the tenet of hope, as a beacon of encouragement to all the nations of the world, and men came thronging to these shores with an expectancy that never existed before, with a confidence they never dared feel before, and found here for generations together a haven of peace, of opportunity, of equality. God send that in the complicated state of modern affairs we may recover the standards and repeat the achievements of that heroic age. For life is no longer the comparatively simple thing it was. Our relations one with another have been profoundly modified by the new agencies of rapid communication and transportation, tending swiftly to concentrate life, widen communities, fuse interests, and complicate all the processes of living. The individual is dizzily swept about in 1,000 new whirlpools of activities. Tyranny has become more subtle, and has learned to wear the guise of mere industry, and even of benevolence. Freedom has become a somewhat different matter. It cannot, eternal principle that it is, it cannot have altered, yet it shows itself in new aspects. Perhaps it is only revealing its deeper meaning. What is liberty? I have long had an image in my mind of what constitutes liberty. Suppose that I were building a great piece of powerful machinery, and suppose that I should so awkwardly and unskillfully assemble the parts of it that every time one part tried to move it would be interfered with by the others, and the whole thing would buckle up and be checked. Liberty for the several parts would consist in the best possible assembling and adjustment of them all, would it not? If you want the great piston of the engine to run with absolute freedom, give it absolutely perfect alignment and adjustment with the other parts of the machine, so that it is free, not because it is let alone or isolated, but because it has been associated most skillfully and carefully with the other parts of the great structure. What is liberty? You say of the locomotive that it runs free. What do you mean? You mean that its parts are so assembled and adjusted that friction is reduced to a minimum, and that it has perfect adjustment. We say of a boat skimming the water with light foot, quote, "How free she runs," end quote, when we mean how perfectly she is adjusted to the force of the wind, how perfectly she obeys the great breath out of the heavens that fills her sails. Throw her head up into the wind, and see how she will halt and stagger, how every sheet will shiver and her whole frame will be shaken, how instantly she is, quote, "in irons," end quote, in the expressive phrase of the sea. She is free only when you have let her fall off again, and have recovered once more her nice adjustment to the forces she must obey and cannot defy. Human freedom consists in perfect adjustments of human interests and human activities and human energies. Now, the adjustments necessary between individuals and the complex institutions amidst which they live, and between those institutions and the government, are infinitely more intricate today than ever before. No doubt this is a tiresome and roundabout way of saying the thing, yet perhaps it is worthwhile to get somewhat clearly in our mind what makes all the trouble today. Life has become complex. There are many more elements, more parts to it than ever before. And, therefore, it is harder to keep everything adjusted, and harder to find out where the trouble lies when the machine gets out of order. You know that one of the interesting things that Mr. Jefferson said in those early days of simplicity which marked the beginnings of our government was that the best government consisted in as little governing as possible. And there is still a sense in which that is true. It is still intolerable for the government to interfere with our individual activities, except where it is necessary to interfere with them in order to free them. But I feel confident that if Jefferson were living in our day he would see what we see, that the individual is caught in a great confused nexus of all sorts of complicated circumstances, and that to let him alone is to leave him helpless as against the obstacles with which he has to contend, and that, therefore, law in our day must come to the assistance of the individual. It must come to his assistance to see that he gets fair play, that is all, but that is much. Without the watchful interference, the resolute interference, of the government, there can be no fair play between individuals and such powerful institutions as the trusts. Freedom today is something more than being let alone. The program of a government of freedom must in these days be positive, not negative merely. Well, then, in this new sense and meaning of it, are we preserving freedom in this land of ours, the hope of all the earth? Have we, inheritors of this continent and of the ideals to which the fathers consecrated it, have we maintained them, realizing them, as each generation must, anew? Are we, in the consciousness that the life of man is pledged to higher levels here than elsewhere, striving still to bear aloft the standards of liberty and hope, or, disillusioned and defeated, are we feeling the disgrace of having had a free field in which to do new things, and of not having done them? The answer must be, I am sure, that we have been in a fair way of failure, tragic failure. And we stand in danger of utter failure yet, except we fulfill speedily the determination we have reached to deal with the new and subtle tyrannies according to their deserts. Don't deceive yourselves for a moment as to the power of the great interests which now dominate our development. They are so great that it is almost an open question whether the government of the United States can dominate them or not. Go one step further, make their organized power permanent, and it may be too late to turn back. The roads diverge at the point where we stand. They stretch their vistas out to regions where they are very far separated from one another. At the end of one is the old tiresome scene of government tied up with special interests, and at the other shines the liberating light of individual initiative, of individual liberty, of individual freedom, the light of untrammeled enterprise. I believe that that light shines out of the heavens itself that God has created. I believe in human liberty as I believe in the wine of life. There is no salvation for men in the pitiful condescensions of industrial masters. Guardians have no place in a land of freemen. Prosperity guaranteed by trustees has no prospect of endurance. Monopoly means the atrophy of enterprise. If monopoly persists, monopoly will always sit at the helm of the government. I do not expect to see monopoly restrain itself. If there are men in this country big enough to own the government of the United States, they are going to own it. What we have to determine now is whether we are big enough, whether we are men enough, whether we are free enough to take possession again of the government which is our own. We haven't had free access to it. Our minds have not touched it by way of guidance in half a generation, and now we are engaged in nothing less than the recovery of what was made with our own hands, and acts only by our delegated authority. I tell you, when you discuss the question of the tariffs and of the trusts, you are discussing the very lives of yourselves and your children. I believe that I am preaching the very cause of some of the gentlemen whom I am opposing, when I preach the cause of free industry in the United States. For I think they are slowly girding the tree that bears the inestimable fruits of our life, and that if they are permitted to gird it entirely, nature will take her revenge and the tree will die. I do not believe that America is securely great because she has great men in her now. America is great in proportion as she can make sure of having great men in the next generation. She is rich in her unborn children, rich, that is to say, if those unborn children see the sun in a day of opportunity, see the sun when they are free to exercise their energies as they will. If they open their eyes in a land where there is no special privilege, then we shall come into a new era of American greatness and American liberty. But if they open their eyes in a country where they must be employees or nothing, if they open their eyes in a land of merely regulated monopoly, where all the conditions of industry are determined by small groups of men, then they will see an America such as the founders of this republic would have wept to think of. The only hope is in the release of the forces which philanthropic trust presidents want to monopolize. Only the emancipation, the freeing and heartening of the vital energies of all the people will redeem us. In all that I may have to do in public affairs in the United States, I am going to think of towns such as I have seen in Indiana, towns of the old American pattern, that own and operate their own industries, hopefully and happily. My thought is going to be bent upon the multiplication of towns of that kind, and the prevention of the concentration of industry in this country, in such a fashion and upon such a scale that towns that own themselves will be impossible. You know what the vitality of America consists of. Its vitality does not lie in New York, nor in Chicago. It will not be sapped by anything that happens in St. Louis. The vitality of America lies in the brains, the energies, the enterprise of the people throughout the land, in the efficiency of their factories, and in the richness of the fields that stretch beyond the borders of the town, in the wealth which they extract from nature and originate for themselves through the inventive genius characteristic of all free American communities. That is the wealth of America. And if America discourages the locality, the community, the self-contained town, she will kill the nation. A nation is as rich as her free communities. She is not as rich as her capital city or her metropolis. The amount of money in Wall Street is no indication of the wealth of the American people. That indication can be found only in the fertility of the American mind and the productivity of American industry everywhere throughout the United States. If America were not rich and fertile, there would be no money in Wall Street. If Americans were not vital and able to take care of themselves, the great money exchanges would break down. The welfare, the very existence of the nation, rests at last upon the great mass of the people. Its prosperity depends at last upon the spirit in which they go about their work in their several communities throughout the broad land. In proportion as her towns and her countrysides are happy and hopeful, will America realize the high ambitions which have marked her in the eyes of all the world. The welfare, the happiness, the energy and spirit of the men and women who do the daily work in our mines and factories, on our railroads, in our offices and ports of trade, on our farms and on the sea, is the underlying necessity of all prosperity. There can be nothing wholesome unless their life is wholesome. There can be no contentment unless they are contented. Their physical welfare affects the soundness of the whole nation. How would it suit the prosperity of the United States, how would it suit business, to have people that went every day sadly or sullenly to their work? How would the future look to you if you felt that the aspiration had gone out of most men, the confidence of success, the hope that they might improve their condition? Do you not see that just as soon as the old confidence of America, just as soon as her old boasted advantage of individual liberty and opportunity, is taken away, all the energy of her people begins to subside, to slacken, to grow loose and pulpy, without fiber, and men simply cast about to see that the day does not end disastrously with them? So we must put heart into the people by taking the heartlessness out of politics, business, and industry. We have got to make politics a thing in which an honest man can take his part with satisfaction, because he knows that his opinion will count as much as the next man's, and that the boss and the interests have been dethroned. Business we have got to untrammel, abolishing tariff favors, and railroad discrimination, and credit denials, and all forms of unjust handicaps against the little man. Industry we have got to humanize, not through the trusts, but through the direct action of law guaranteeing protection against dangers and compensation for injuries, guaranteeing sanitary conditions, proper hours, the right to organize, and all the other things which the conscience of the country demands as the working man's right. We have got to cheer and inspirit our people with the sure prospects of social justice and due reward, with the vision of the open gates of opportunity for all. We have got to set the energy and the initiative of this great people absolutely free, so that the future of America will be greater than the past, so that the pride of America will grow with achievement, so that America will know as she advances from generation to generation that each brood of her sons is greater and more enlightened than that which preceded it, know that she is fulfilling the promise that she has made to mankind. Such is the vision of some of us who now come to assist in its realization. For we Democrats would not have endured this long burden of exile if we had not seen a vision. We could have traded, we could have got into the game, we could have surrendered and made terms, we could have played the role of patrons to the men who wanted to dominate the interests of the country, and here and there gentlemen who pretended to be of us did make those arrangements. They couldn't stand privation. You never can stand it unless you have within you some imperishable food upon which to sustain life and courage, the food of those visions of the Spirit where a table is set before us laden with palatable fruits, the fruits of hope, the fruits of imagination, those invisible things of the Spirit which are the only things upon which we can sustain ourselves through this weary world without fainting. We have carried in our minds, after you had thought you had obscured and blurred them, the ideals of those men who first set their foot upon America, those little bands who came to make a foothold in the wilderness, because the great teeming nations that they had left behind them had forgotten what human liberty was, liberty of thought, liberty of religion, liberty of residence, liberty of action. Since their day the meaning of liberty has deepened, but it has not ceased to be a fundamental demand of the human spirit, a fundamental necessity for the life of the soul. And the day is at hand when it shall be realized on this consecrated soil, a new freedom, a liberty widened and deepened to match the broadened life of man in modern America, restoring to him in very truth and control of his government, throwing wide all gates of lawful enterprise, unfettering his energies, and warming the generous impulses of his heart, a process of release, emancipation, and inspiration, full of a breath of life as sweet and wholesome as the airs that filled the sails of the caravels of Columbus, and gave the promise and boast of magnificent opportunity in which America dare not fail. And of the liberation of a people's vital energies. A letter from Paul Revere to Jeremy Belknap, 1798. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by A Founder's Keeper, the Progressing America Project. Paul Revere to Jeremy Belknap. Dear Sir, having a little leisure, I wish to fulfill my promise of giving you some facts and anecdotes prior to the Battle of Lexington, which I do not remember to have seen in any history of the American Revolution. In the year 1773, I was employed by the select men of the town of Boston to carry the account of the destruction of the tea to New York, and afterwards, 1774, to carry their dispatches to New York and Philadelphia for calling a Congress, and afterwards to Congress several times. In the fall of 1774 and winter of 1775, I was one of upwards of 30, chiefly mechanics, who formed ourselves into a committee for the purpose of watching the movements of the British soldiers, and gaining every intelligence of the movements of the Tories. We held our meetings at the Green Dragon Tavern. We were so careful that our meetings should be kept secret, that every time we met, every person swore upon the Bible that they would not discover any of our transactions, but to Messrs. Hancock, Adams, Dr. Warren, Church, and one or two more. About November, when things began to grow serious, a gentleman who had connections with the Tory party, but was a Whig at heart, acquainted me that our meetings were discovered, and mentioned the identical words that were spoken among us the night before. We did not then distrust Dr. Church, but supposed it must be someone among us. We removed to another place, which we thought was more secure, but here we found that all our transactions were communicated to Governor Gage. This came to me through the then Secretary Flucker. He told it to the gentleman mentioned above. It was then a common opinion that there was a traitor in the Provincial Congress, and that Gage was possessed of all their secrets. Church was a member of that Congress for Boston. In the winter, towards the spring, we frequently took turns, 2 and 2, to watch the soldiers, by patrolling the streets all night. The Saturday night preceding the 19th of April, about 12 o'clock at night, the boats belonging to the transports were all launched, and carried under the sterns of the men of war. They had been previously hauled up and repaired. We likewise found that the grenadiers and light infantry were all taken off duty. From these movements, we expected something serious was to be transacted. On Tuesday evening, the 18th, it was observed that a number of soldiers were marching towards the bottom of the common. About 10 o'clock, Dr. Warren sent in great haste for me, and begged that I would immediately set off for Lexington, where Messrs. Hancock and Adams were, and acquaint them of the movement, and that it was thought they were the objects. When I got to Dr. Warren's house, I found he had sent an express by land to Lexington, a Mr. William Dawes. The Sunday before, by desire of Dr. Warren, I had been to Lexington, to Messrs. Hancock and Adams, who were at the Reverend Mr. Clark's. I returned at night through Charlestown. There I agreed with a Colonel Conant, and some other gentlemen, that if the British went out by water, we would shew 2 lanterns in the North Church steeple, and if by land, 1, as a signal, for we were apprehensive it would be difficult to cross the Charles River, or get over Boston Neck. I left Dr. Warren's, called upon a friend, and desired him to make the signals. I then went home, took my boots and surtout, and went to the north part of the town, where I had kept a boat. 2 friends rowed me across the Charles River, a little to the eastward, where the Somerset man of war lay. It was then young flood, the ship was winding, and the moon was rising. They landed me on Charlestown side. When I got into town, I met Colonel Conant and several others. They said they had seen our signals. I told them what was acting, and went to get me a horse. I got a horse of Deacon Larkin. While the horse was preparing, Richard Devens, Esquire, who was one of the Committee of Safety, came to me and told me that he came down the road from Lexington after sundown that evening, that he met 10 British officers, all well mounted and armed, going up the road. I set off upon a very good horse. It was then about 11 o'clock, and very pleasant. After I had passed Charlestown Neck, and got nearly opposite where Mark was hung in chains, I saw 2 men on horseback under a tree. When I got near them, I discovered they were British officers. One tried to get ahead of me, and the other to take me. I turned my horse very quick, and galloped towards Charlestown Neck, and then pushed for the Medford road. The one who chased me, endeavoring to cut me off, got into a clay pond near where the new tavern is now built. I got clear of him, and went through Medford, over the bridge, and up to Menotomy. In Medford I awaked the captain of the Minutemen, and after that I alarmed almost every house till I got to Lexington. I found Messrs. Hancock and Adams at the Reverend Mr. Clark's. I told them my errand, and inquired for Mr. Dawes. They said he had not been there. I related the story of the 2 officers, and supposed that he must have been stopped, as he ought to have been there before me. After I had been there about half an hour, Mr. Dawes came. We refreshed ourselves, and set off for Concord, to secure the stores there. We were overtaken by a young Dr. Prescott, whom we found to be a high son of liberty. I told them of the 10 officers that Mr. Devens met, and that it was probable we might be stopped before we got to Concord, for I supposed that after night they divided themselves, and that 2 of them had fixed themselves in such passages as were most likely to stop any intelligence going to Concord. I likewise mentioned that we had better alarm all the inhabitants till we got to Concord. The young doctor much approved of it, and said he should stop with either of us, for the people between that and Concord knew him, and would give more credit to what we said. We had got nearly halfway. Mr. Dawes and the doctor stopped to alarm the people of a house. I was about 100 rods ahead, when I saw 2 men, in clearly the same situation as those officers were, near Charlestown. I called for the doctor and Dawes to come up. In an instant I was surrounded by 4. They had placed themselves in a straight road, that inclined each way. They had taken down a pair of bars on the north side of the road, and 2 of them were under a tree in the pasture. The doctor being foremost, he came up, and we tried to get past them, but they being armed with pistols and swords, they forced us into the pasture. The doctor jumped his horse over a low stone wall, and got to Concord. I observed a wood at a small distance, and made for that. When I got there, out started 6 officers, on horseback, and ordered me to dismount. One of them, who appeared to have the command, examined me, where I came from, and what my name was. I told him. He asked me if I was an express. I answered in the affirmative. He demanded what time I left Boston. I told him, and added, that their troops had catched aground in passing the river, and that there would be 500 Americans there in a short time, for I had alarmed the country all the way up. He immediately rode towards those who stopped us, when all 5 of them came down upon a full gallop. One of them, who I afterwards found to be Major Mitchell, of the 5th Regiment, clapped his pistol to my head, called me by name, and told me he was going to ask me some questions, and if I did not give him true answers, he would blow my brains out. He then asked me similar questions to those above. He then ordered me to mount my horse, after searching me for arms. He then ordered them to advance, and to lead me in front. When we got to the road, they turned down towards Lexington. When we got about 1 mile, the Major rode up to the officer that was leading me, and told him to give me to the sergeant. As soon as he took me, the Major ordered him, if I attempted to run, or anybody insulted them, to blow my brains out. We rode till we got near Lexington Meeting House, when the militia fired a volley of guns, which appeared to alarm them very much. The Major inquired of me how far it was to Cambridge, and if there were any other road. After some consultation, the Major rode up to the sergeant, and asked if his horse was tired. He answered him, he was. He was a sergeant of grenadiers, and had a small white horse. Then, said he, take that man's horse. I dismounted, and the sergeant mounted my horse, when they all rode towards Lexington Meeting House. I went across the burying ground, and some pastures, and came to the Reverend Mr. Clark's house, where I found Messrs. Hancock and Adams. I told them of my treatment, and they concluded to go from that house towards Woburn. I went with them, and a Mr. Lowell, who was a clerk to Mr. Hancock. When we got to the house where they intended to stop, Mr. Lowell and myself returned to Mr. Clark's, to find what was going on. When we got there, an elderly man came in. He said he had just come from the tavern, that a man had come from Boston, who said there were no British troops coming. Mr. Lowell and myself went towards the tavern, when we met a man on a full gallop, who told us the troops were coming up the rocks. We afterwards met another, who said they were close by. Mr. Lowell asked me to go to the tavern with him, to get a trunk of papers belonging to Mr. Hancock. We went up chamber, and while we were getting the trunk, we saw the British very near, upon a full march. We hurried towards Mr. Clark's house. In our way, we passed through the militia. There were about 50. When we had got about 100 yards from the meeting house, the British troops appeared on both sides of the meeting house. In their front was an officer on horseback. They made a short halt, when I saw and heard a gun fired, which appeared to be a pistol. Then I could distinguish 2 guns, and then a continual roar of musketry, when we made off with the trunk. As I have mentioned Dr. Church, perhaps it might not be disagreeable to mention some matters of my own knowledge, respecting him. He appeared to be a high son of liberty. He frequented all the places where they met, was encouraged by all the leaders of the Sons of Liberty, and it appeared he was respected by them, though I knew that Dr. Warren had not the greatest affection for him. He was esteemed a very capable writer, especially in verse, and as the Whig party needed every strength, they feared as well as courted him. Though it was known that some of the Liberty songs, which we composed, were parodized by him in favor of the British, yet none dared charge him with it. I was a constant and critical observer of him, and I must say that I never thought him a man of principle, and I doubted much in my own mind whether he was a real Whig. I knew that he kept company with a Captain Price, a half-pay British officer, and that he frequently dined with him and Robinson, one of the commissioners. I know that one of his intimate acquaintances asked him why he was so often with Robinson and Price. His answer was, that he kept company with them on purpose to find out their plans. The day after the Battle of Lexington, I met him in Cambridge, when he showed me some blood on his stocking, which he said spirted on him from a man who was killed near him, as he was urging the militia on. I well remember that I argued with myself, if a man will risk his life in a cause, he must be a friend to that cause, and I never suspected him after, till he was charged with being a traitor. The same day I met Dr. Warren. He was president of the Committee of Safety. He engaged me as a messenger to do the out-of-doors business for that committee, which gave me an opportunity of being frequently with them. The Friday evening after, about sunset, I was sitting with some, or near all that committee, in their room, which was at Mr. Hastings' house at Cambridge. Dr. Church all at once started up. Dr. Warren, said he, I am determined to go into Boston tomorrow. It set them all a-staring. Dr. Warren replied, Are you serious, Dr. Church? They will hang you if they catch you in Boston. He replied, I am serious, and am determined to go at all adventures. After a considerable conversation, Dr. Warren said, If you are determined, let us make some business for you. They agreed that he should go to get medicine for their and our wounded officers. He went the next morning, and I think he came back on Sunday evening. After he had told the committee how things were, I took him aside, and inquired particularly how they treated him. He said that as soon as he got to their lines on Boston Neck, they made him a prisoner, and carried him to General Gage, where he was examined, and then he was sent to Gould's barracks, and was not suffered to go home but once. After he was taken up, for holding a correspondence with the British, I came across Deacon Caleb Davis. We entered into conversation about him. He told me that the morning church went into Boston, he, Davis, received a billet for General Gage. He then did not know that church was in town. When he got to the general's house, he was told the general could not be spoke with, that he was in private with a gentleman, that he waited near half an hour, when General Gage and Dr. Church came out of a room, discoursing together, like persons who had been long acquainted. He appeared to be quite surprised at seeing Deacon Davis there, that he, Church, went where he pleased, while in Boston only a Major Kane, one of Gage's aides, went with him. I was told by another person whom I could depend upon, that he saw Church go into General Gage's house, at the above time, that he got out of the chaise and went up the steps more like a man that was acquainted than a prisoner. Some time after, perhaps a year or two, I fell in company with a gentleman who studied with Church. In discoursing with him, I related what I have mentioned above. He said, he did not doubt that he was in the interest of the British, and that it was he who informed General Gage that he knew for certain, that a short time before the Battle of Lexington, for he then lived with him, and took care of his business and books, he had no money by him, and was much drove for money, that all at once he had several hundred new British guineas, and that he thought at the time where they came from. Thus, sir, I have endeavored to give you a short detail of some matters, of which perhaps no person but myself have documents or knowledge. I have mentioned some names which you are acquainted with. I wish you would ask them if they can remember the circumstances I allude to. I am, sir, with every sentiment of esteem, your humble servant, Paul Revere. End of A Letter from Paul Revere to Jeremy Belknap.
Shakespeare on Scenery by Oscar Wilde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I have often heard people wonder what Shakespeare would say could he see Mr. Irving's production of his Much Ado About Nothing, or Mr. Wilson Barrett's setting of his Hamlet. Would he take pleasure in the glory of the scenery and the marvel of the colour? Would he be interested in the Cathedral of Messina and the battlements of Elsinore? Or would he be indifferent and say the play and the play only is the thing? Speculations like these are always pleasurable, and in the present case happen to be profitable also. For it is not difficult to see what Shakespeare's attitude would be. Not difficult, that is to say, if one reads Shakespeare himself, instead of reading merely what is written about him. Speaking, for instance, directly as the manager of a London theatre, through the lips of the chorus in Henry V, he complains of the smallness of the stage on which he has to produce the pageant of a big historical play, and of the want of scenery which obliges him to cut out many of its most picturesque incidents, apologizes for the scanty number of supers who had to play the soldiers, and for the shabbiness of the properties, and finally expresses his regret at being unable to bring on real horses. In the Midsummer Night's Dream, again, he gives us a most amusing picture of the straits to which theatrical managers of his day were reduced by the want of proper scenery. In fact, it is impossible to read him without seeing that he is constantly protesting against the two special limitations of the Elizabethan stage, the lack of suitable scenery and the fashion of men playing women's parts, just as he protests against other difficulties with which managers of theatres have still to contend, such as actors who do not understand their words, actors who miss their cues, actors who overact their parts, actors who mouth, actors who gag, actors who play to the gallery, and amateur actors. And indeed, a great dramatist as he was, could not but have felt very much hampered at being obliged continually to interrupt the progress of a play in order to send on someone to explain to the audience that the scene was to be changed to a particular place on the entrance of a particular character, and after his exit to somewhere else, that the stage was to represent the deck of a ship in a storm, or the interior of a Greek temple, or the streets of a certain town, to all of which inartistic devices Shakespeare is reduced, and for which he always amply apologizes. Besides this clumsy method, Shakespeare had two other substitutes for scenery, the hanging out of a placard and his descriptions. The first of these could hardly have satisfied his passion for picturesqueness and his feeling for beauty, and certainly did not satisfy the dramatic critic of his day. But as regards the description, to those of us who look on Shakespeare not merely as a playwright but as a poet, and who enjoy reading him at home just as much as we enjoy seeing him acted, it may be a matter of congratulation that he had not at his command such skilled machinists as are in use now at the Princesses and at the Lyceum. For had Cleopatra's barge, for instance, been a structure of canvas and Dutch metal, it would probably have been painted over or broken up after the withdrawal of the piece, and even had it survived to our own day, would, I am afraid, have become extremely shabby by this time. Whereas now, the beaten gold of its poop is still bright, and the purple of its sails still beautiful. Its silver oars are not tired of keeping time to the music of the flutes they follow, nor the Nereid's flower-soft hands of touching its silken tackle. The Mermaid still lies at its helm, and still on its deck stand the boys with their coloured fans. Yet lovely as all Shakespeare's descriptive passages are, a description is in its essence undramatic. Theatrical audiences are far more impressed by what they look at than by what they listen to. And the modern dramatist, in having the surroundings of his play visibly presented to the audience when the curtain rises, enjoys an advantage for which Shakespeare often expresses his desire. It is true that Shakespeare's descriptions are not what descriptions are in modern plays, accounts of what the audience can observe for themselves. They are the imaginative method by which he creates in the mind of the spectators the image of that which he desires them to see. Still, the quality of the drama is action. It is always dangerous to pause for picturesqueness, and the introduction of self-explanatory scenery enables the modern method to be far more direct, while the loveliness of form and colour which it gives us seems to me often to create an artistic temperament in the audience, and to produce that joy and beauty for beauty's sake, without which the great masterpieces of art can never be understood, to which and to which only are they ever revealed. To talk of the passion of a play being hidden by the paint, and of sentiment being killed by scenery, is mere emptiness and folly of words. A noble play, nobly mounted, gives us double artistic pleasure. The eye, as well as the ear, is gratified, and the whole nature is made exquisitely receptive of the influence of imaginative work. And as regards a bad play, have we not all seen large audiences lured by the loveliness of scenic effect into listening to rhetoric posing as poetry, and to vulgarity doing duty for realism? Whether this be good or evil for the public I will not here discuss, but it is evident that the playwright, at any rate, never suffers. Indeed, the artist who really has suffered through the modern mounting of plays is not the dramatist at all, but the scene painter proper. He is rapidly being displaced by the stage carpenter. Now and then at Drury Lane I have seen beautiful old front cloths let down, as perfect as pictures some of them, and pure painter's work, and there are many which we all remember at other theatres, in front of which some dialogue was reduced to graceful dumb show through the hammer and tin tacks behind. But as a rule the stage is overcrowded with enormous properties, which are not merely far more expensive and cumbersome than scene paintings, but far less beautiful and far less true. Properties kill perspective. A painted door is more like a real door than a real door is itself, for the proper conditions of light and shade can be given to it, and the excessive use of built-up structures always makes the stage too glaring, for as they have to be lit from behind as well as from the front, the gas jets become the absolute light of the scene instead of the means merely by which we perceive the conditions of light and shadow which the painter has desired to show us. So, instead of bemoaning the position of the playwright, it were better for the critics to exert whatever influence they may possess toward restoring the scene painter to his proper position as an artist, and not allowing him to be built over by the property man, or hammered to death by the carpenter. I have never seen any reason myself why such artists as Mr. Beverley, Mr. Walter Hann, and Mr. Telbin should not be entitled to become academicians. They have certainly as good a claim as have many of those R.A.'s whose total inability to paint we can see every May for a shilling. And lastly, let those critics who hold up for our admiration the simplicity of the Elizabethan stage remember that they are lauding a condition of things against which Shakespeare himself, in the spirit of a true artist, always strongly protested. End of Shakespeare on Scenery, by Oscar Wilde.
Socialism and Democracy by Woodrow Wilson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Socialism and Democracy. Is it possible that in practical America we are becoming sentimentalists? To judge by much of our periodical literature, One would think so. All resolution about great affairs seems now, quote, sicklied over with a pale cast of thought, end quote. Our magazine writers smile sadly at the old-time optimism of their country, are themselves full of forebodings, expend much force and enthusiasm and strong, as well as weak, English style in disclosing social evils and economics bugbears, are moved by a fine sympathy for the unfortunate and a fine anger against those who bring wrong upon their fellows. But where amidst all these themes for the conscience is there a theme for the courage of the reader? Where are all the brave plans of reform which should follow such prologues? No man with a heart can withhold sympathy from the laborer whose strength is wasted and whose hope is thwarted in the service of the heartless and close-fisted. But, then, no man with a head ought to speak that sympathy in the public prints, unless he have some manly, thought-out ways of betterment to propose. One wearies easily, it must be confessed, of woeful warnings. One sighs often for a little tonic of actual thinking grounded in sane, clear-sighted perception of what is possible to be done. Sentiment is not despicable. It may be elevating and noble. It may be inspiring, and in some mental fields it is self-sufficing. But when uttered concerning great social and political questions, it needs the addition of practical initiative sense to keep it sweet and to prevent its becoming insipid. I point these remarks particularly at current discussions of socialism, and principally of, quote, state socialism, end quote, which is almost the only form of socialism seriously discussed among us outside the anti-poverty society. Is there not a plentiful lack of nerve and purpose in what we read and hear nowadays on this momentous topic? One might be excused for taking and keeping the impression that there can be no great need for the haste in the settlement of the questions mooted in connection with it, inasmuch as the debating of them has not yet passed beyond its rhetorical and pulpit stage. It is easy to make socialism, as theoretically developed by the greater and saner socialistic writers, intelligible not only, but even attractive, as a conception. It is easy also to render it a thing of fear to timorous minds, and to make many signs of the times bear menace of it. The only hard task is to give it validity and strength as a program in practical politics. Yet the whole interest of socialism for those whose thinking extends beyond the covers of books and the paragraphs of periodicals lies in what it will mean in practice. It is a question of practical politics, or else it is only a thesis for engaging discourse. Even mere discourses, one would think, would be attracted to treat of the practical means of realizing for society the principles of socialism, for much the most interesting and striking features of it emerge only when its actual applications to concrete affairs are examined. These actual applications of it are the only part of it which is much the most worth talking about, even for those whose only object is to talk effectively. Roundly described, socialism is a proposition that every community, by means of whatever forms of organization may be most effective for the purpose, see to it for itself that each one of its members finds the employment for which he is best suited and is rewarded according to his diligence and merit, all proper surroundings of moral influence being secured to him by the public authority. Quote, State socialism, end quote, is willing to act through state authority as it is at present organized. It proposes that all idea of a limitation of public authority by individual rights be put out of view, and that the state consider itself bound to stop only at what is unwise or futile in its universal superintendence alike of individual and of public interests. The thesis of the state socialist is that no line can be drawn between private and public affairs which the state may not cross at will, that omnipotence of legislation is the first postulate of all just political theory. Applied in a democratic state, such doctrine sounds radical, but not revolutionary. It is only an acceptance of the extremist logical conclusions deductible from democratic principles long ago received as respectable. For it is very clear that, in fundamental theory, socialism and democracy are almost, if not quite, one and the same. They both rest at bottom upon the absolute right of the community to determine its own destiny and that of its members. Men as communities are supreme over men as individuals. Limits of wisdom and convenience to the public control there may be. Limits of principle there are, upon strict analysis, none. It is of capital importance to note this substantial correspondence of fundamental conception as between socialism and democracy. A whole system of practical politics may be erected upon it without further foundation. The germinal conceptions of democracy are as free from all thought of a limitation of the public authority as are the corresponding conceptions of socialism. The individual rights which the democracy of our own century has actually observed were suggested to it by a political philosophy radically individualistic, but not necessarily democratic. Democracy is bound by no principle of its own nature to say itself nay as to the exercise of any power. Here, then, lies the point. The difference between democracy and socialism is not an essential difference, but only a practical difference, is a difference of organization and policy, not a difference of primary motive. Democracy has not undertaken the tasks which socialists clamor to have undertaken, but it refrains from them, not for lack of adequate principles or suitable motives, but for lack of adequate organization and suitable hardihood, because it cannot see its way clear to accomplishing them with credit. Moreover, it may be said that Democrats of today hold off from such undertakings because they are of today, and not of the days, which history very well remembers, when government had the temerity to try everything. The best thought of modern time having recognized a difference between social and political questions, democratic government, like all other governments, seeks to confine itself to those political concerns which have, in the eyes of the judicious, approved themselves appropriate to the sphere and capacity of public authority. The socialist does not disregard the obvious lessons of history concerning overwrought government. At least he thinks he does not. He denies that he is urging the resumption of tasks which have been repeatedly shown to be impossible. He points to the incontrovertible fact that the economic and social conditions of life in our century are not only superficially but radically different from those of any other time whatever. Many affairs of life which were once easily to be handled by individuals have now become so entangled amongst the complexities of international trade relations, so confused by the multiplicity of news voices, or so hoisted into the winds of speculation that only powerful combinations of wealth and influence can compass them. Corporations grow on every hand, and on every hand not only swallow and overawe individuals, but also compete with governments. The contest is no longer between government and individuals. It is now between government and dangerous combinations and individuals. Here is a monstrously changed aspect of the social world. In face of such circumstances, must not government lay aside all timid scruple and boldly make itself an agency for social reform as well as for political control? Yes, says the Democrat, perhaps it must. You know it is my principle, no less than yours, that every man shall have an equal chance with every other man. If I saw my way to it as a practical politician, I should be willing to go farther and superintend every man's use of his chance. But the means? The question with me is not whether the community has power to act as it may please in these matters, but how it can act with practical advantage, a question of policy. A question of policy primarily, but also a question of organization, that is to say, of administration. End of Socialism and Democracy by Woodrow Wilson.
"20 Quick Soups" by Sarah Tyson Heston Rohrer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. 20 Quick Soups by Mrs. S. T. Rohrer. Cream of asparagus. Wash 1 bundle of asparagus. Cut off the tips and throw them into a pint of boiling water. Add a teaspoon of salt and simmer gently for 15 minutes. Strain them and save the water. To this water add the remaining part of the bundle, cut into small pieces. Cook 15 minutes and press through a colander. Put 1 quart of milk into a double boiler. Rub together 2 tablespoons of butter and 2 tablespoons of flour. Add a little of the hot milk to this and work until perfectly smooth. Then stir into the milk and cook 5 minutes. Heat the asparagus mixture, turn the milk quickly into it. Season. Add the asparagus tips and serve. This cannot be boiled or it will curdle. Cream of corn. Score each row of grains on 6 ears of corn. Then, with the back of the knife, press it out carefully and throw the cobs into a kettle. Cover with a quart of water. Bring to boiling point and strain. Now add the scraped corn to the water. Rub together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 1 of flour. Stir it into this corn mixture and bring to boiling point. Then add 1 pint of hot milk, season, and serve. Cream of lettuce. Wash and pull apart 2 good-sized heads of lettuce. Throw them into a hot saucepan. Shake over the fire until the lettuce leaves simply melt. Sprinkle over a teaspoonful of salt. Then press through a sieve. Put 1 quart of milk in a double boiler. Rub together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 of flour. Add it to the milk and stir until it thickens. Chop sufficient parsley to make 2 tablespoonfuls and pound it in a mortar. Put this in a bowl. Mix it with the lettuce that has been pressed through the sieve. Stir in the milk, then add a half teaspoonful of beef extract, dissolved in a little of the hot milk. Season and serve. Cream of beets. Take 4 cold boiled beets and grate them. Dissolve a teaspoonful of beef extract in 1 pint of boiling water. Add it to the beets, and when they reach the boiling point, add 1 pint of hot milk. Stir in a tablespoon of butter, palatable seasoning of salt, and when it reaches the boiling point, add tablespoonful of arrowroot dissolved in 2 tablespoonfuls of cold water. Bring to the boiling point again and serve. Tomato soup. Cut 6 large tomatoes into small pieces. Put them into a saucepan with 1 pint of water, or stock. Add tablespoonful of butter, slice of onion, bay leaf, and a sprig of parsley. Cook slowly 20 minutes and press through a sieve sufficiently fine to remove the seeds. Return this soup to the fire. Add tablespoonful of arrowroot moistened in 2 tablespoonfuls of cold water, another tablespoonful of butter, and a palatable seasoning of salt and pepper, and serve with squares of toasted bread. Clear tomato with sago. Put 1 pint of stewed tomato into a saucepan. Add slice of onions, bay leaf, and sprig of parsley. Simmer 10 minutes. Cover 4 tablespoonfuls of pearl sago with a pint of cold water and soak for 20 minutes. Now stand this over the back part of the stove until the sago is perfectly clear, and the water almost boiling hot. Add to the tomatoes 1 pint of boiling water and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, then press through a sieve. Return to the fire, add a teaspoonful of salt, half teaspoonful of pepper, and then the sago. Serve at once. This soup may be varied by adding, instead of the pint of water to the tomatoes, a pint of stock. Brown broth. Boil and cut into dice 1 young carrot, 1 onion, and 1 potato. Put 2 ounces of butter in the frying pan. Throw in the vegetables and stir carefully until they are a golden brown. Then skim them out and put them in a saucepan. Cover with 1 quart of boiling water. Add a bay leaf and simmer gently 20 minutes. Press through a puree sieve. Return these to the kettle. Add a teaspoonful of kitchen bouquet and palatable seasoning of salt and pepper. Serve with cheese balls. Cheese balls. Put a tablespoonful of butter and 1/4 cup of water over the fire to boil. Stir in quickly 1/4 cup of flour and stir for a minute. Take from the fire and add 1 well-beaten egg and 2 tablespoonfuls of grated cheese. Drop this mixture into a greased baking pan and bake in a quick oven 15 minutes. The paste should not be larger than a good-sized bean as you drop it on the pan. A very good way to make them is to put this mixture in a pastry bag and press it through a plain tube, and cut it off into small balls. Bisque of clam. Drain 50 small clams. Bring the liquor to boiling point and skim. Chop the clams fine, add them to the liquor, and cook gently for 10 minutes. Then press through a sieve. Put 1 quart of milk into a double boiler. Add to it a bay leaf. Rub together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 of flour, and stir carefully into the milk. Cook slowly until it thickens. Now add a teaspoonful of onion juice or grated onion, and turn in the clam mixture. Stir carefully for a moment. Season with salt and pepper, and serve. Remember, this must not be boiled after the clam has been added to the milk. If you have white stock in the house, the soup is greatly improved by having instead 1 quart of milk, 1 pint of milk, and a pint of stock. Club clam soup. Drain 50 small clams, then chop them fine. Mix the liquor and the clams and add 1 quart of cold water, about 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped ham, 1 large onion sliced thin, 1/4 teaspoonful of mace, and a sprig of parsley. Bring this slowly to a boiling point. Rub together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 of flour. Stir them into the soup carefully. Add just a dash of salt and 1/4 teaspoonful of pepper. Bring to boiling point. Then take from the fire and turn in 1 pint of hot milk, to which you have just added the well-beaten yolks of 4 eggs. Stir quickly and serve with squares of toasted bread. Mock Oyster Soup. Select about 1 dozen roots of salsify. Scrape them and throw at once into cold water to prevent discoloration. Cut the salsify crosswise into thin slices. Put them into 1 quart of cold water and add about 2 ounces of codfish. This is best in one solid piece. Simmer gently for 30 minutes and remove the codfish. Have ready 1 pint of milk heated in a double boiler. Add it to the salsify, then stir in carefully 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour that have been rubbed to a smooth paste. Season with salt and pepper. Then, just as you take it from the fire, add another teaspoonful of butter cut into pieces, and it is ready to serve. Cucumber Tapioca Soup. Boil 3 good-sized cucumbers, cut them into slices and cover them with 1 quart of white stock. Simmer gently for 20 minutes, then press through a sieve. Soak 2 tablespoonfuls of pearl tapioca in 1 pint of milk in a cold place for 1 hour. Stand this in a double boiler and heat slowly until the tapioca is perfectly clear. Heat the cucumber mixture. Add a teaspoonful of salt, teaspoonful of onion juice, and quarter teaspoonful of pepper. Turn into the hot milk. Have ready in the tureen the yolks of 2 eggs, well beaten. Pour the soup over gradually. Quick, clear soup. Put 1 pound of finely chopped meat into 1 pint of cold water. Beat it for about a minute with an egg beater and let it stand for 30 minutes while you prepare the flavoring. Stir 1 tablespoonful of beef extract into a quart of boiling water. Add a tablespoonful of grated onion and 1 bay leaf. Now bring the meat to boiling point. Strain in a colander. Beat the white and shell of 1 egg with 2 tablespoonfuls of cold water. Put the soup you have strained from the meat over the fire, and when boiling, add to the egg mixture. Bring to boiling point and strain through 2 thicknesses of cheesecloth. Then add this to the beef extract mixture. Season with teaspoonful of salt and quarter teaspoonful of pepper, and it is ready to serve. This may be served with 2 tablespoonfuls of boiled rice or boiled macaroni, or with fresh rings of cucumbers. To prepare these rings, cut a large cucumber into slices crosswise. With a round cutter, stamp them out just as much as you can to remove the skin, and then, with a smaller cutter, stamp out the seeds. Throw these rings into boiling salted water and boil for 20 minutes. Strain and put in the soup, or this soup may be served à la royale. Beat 2 eggs until well mixed. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of stock, half teaspoonful of salt, and a quarter teaspoonful of pepper. Now add 2 tablespoonfuls of milk or cream and turn into a small buttered basin or mold. Stand this mold in a pan of boiling water and cook gently, either in the oven or on the top of the stove, until the custard is set. When cold, cut into blocks or into fancy shapes. Put this in the tureen and pour over the soup. Bisque of salmon. Wash well a half cup of rice. Put it into a quart of water and boil rapidly for 30 minutes. Then press it through a puree sieve and add to it the salmon from a 1 pound can, removing first all the bones, skin, and oil. Now press this again through a sieve. Add a teaspoonful of salt, bay leaf, tablespoonful of grated onion, and half teaspoonful of pepper. Stand it over the back part of the stove until it is steaming hot. Heat 1 quart of milk in a double boiler. Rub together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 of flour. Stir this carefully into the milk and stir until perfectly smooth and thick. Then add a level teaspoonful of salt. Turn this mixture into the other, remove the bay leaf, bring to scald point, and serve. If you like this soup a little deeper color, add a few drops of cochineal. Halibut may be used in precisely the same way, of course, keeping the soup perfectly white. Currant soup. This soup may be made from any sort of fresh tart fruit. It should be served for lunch perfectly cold, in either punch or bouillon cups. Put 1 pint of currants and 1 pint of water over the fire and bring to scalding point. Add ½ cup of sugar. Press through a purée sieve. Return to the fire and add 1 tablespoonful of arrowroot, moistened in 2 tablespoonfuls of water. Bring to boiling point until the soup is clear, then stand away to cool. If you use wine, add 2 tablespoonfuls of white wine. Cherries, cranberries, and strawberries may be used in the same way, adding more or less sugar, according to the kind of fruit. But these soups should not be sweet. Use just enough sugar to make them palatable. Chocolate soup. Put 3 tablespoonfuls of cocoa into a double boiler, and add gradually 1 pint of boiling water. Stir for at least 5 minutes over the fire. Add 4 tablespoonfuls of sugar. Take from the fire and add a teaspoonful of vanilla. Turn this into 1 pint of cracked ice, and when the soup is cold, turn into the serving cups and put on the surface a tablespoonful of whipped cream, and serve. Cream of chestnut soup. Shell and blanch 1 pound of large chestnuts. Cover them with a quart of boiling water. Add a slice of onion, piece of celery chopped, a bay leaf, sprig of parsley, and a dash of paprika. Cover and boil 30 minutes. Press first through a colander, then add 1 pint of milk. Return the whole to the fire. Rub together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 of flour. Add to the soup. Cook a minute. Add a palatable seasoning of salt, and then press the whole through a purée sieve. Make hot and serve with croutons. Pistachio soup. Wash 1 quart of nice spinach. Pick each leaf from the stem and throw into a saucepan. Stand over the fire for a moment, shaking so that the spinach will not discolor. Sprinkle over a teaspoon of salt. As soon as the spinach begins to wilt, drain and chop very fine, then pound it to a paste. Put 1 quart of milk into a double boiler. Add 1 teaspoonful of almond paste, unsweetened, and 2 ounces of pistachio nuts, chopped to a powder. Cover and cook 20 minutes. Add spinach, 1 tablespoonful of butter, 1 of arrowroot, moistened, and press through a purée sieve. Add a teaspoonful of salt, dash of paprika, and serve. Nice for a green lunch. Ye food for ye gods. Peel ½ pound of good fresh mushrooms, remove the lower part of stems. Wash the mushrooms and chop them very fine with a silver knife. Put them in a saucepan with 1 quart of good chicken stock. Cover and simmer gently 30 minutes. Add a teaspoonful of salt and simmer 10 minutes longer. Put 2 tablespoonfuls of butter in another saucepan. Add 3 tablespoonfuls of fine flour. Mix and cook a minute without browning. Add a ½ pint of thick cream to the mushrooms, then add the whole to the butter and flour. Stir constantly until it just comes to boiling point. Add dash of white pepper and serve in bouillon cups. Serve with whole wheat bread toasted in oven. Oatmeal soup. Add 1 cup of cold cooked oatmeal to 1 quart of water. Add a slice of onion, sprig of celery top, bay leaf, teaspoonful of salt, saltspoonful of pepper. Cover and boil slowly 10 minutes. Add a ½ teaspoonful of beef extract, or, if you have stock, use it in place of water. Now press through a sieve. Return to the fire. When boiling, add ½ pint of hot milk, and serve. End of 20 Quick Soups by Sarah Tyson Heston Rohrer.
Two Noteworthy Books on Democracy by Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. 2 noteworthy books on democracy. There are books to which it is impossible to make an epitome, and which therefore it is impossible to review, save in the way of calling attention to their excellence. Bryce's American Commonwealth, Lowell's Study of Representative Government in Europe, Thayer's Study of Cavour, illustrate what is meant by this statement. 2 new volumes, Progressive Democracy by Herbert Croly and Drift and Mastery by Walter Lippmann, come in this category. No man who wishes seriously to study our present social, industrial, and political life with the view of guiding his thought and action, so as to work for national betterment in the future, can afford not to read these books through and through and to ponder and digest them. They worthily carry forward the arguments contained in the author's previous works, The Promise of American Life by Mr. Croly, and A Preface to Politics by Mr. Lippmann. Both of these writers stand foremost among those of our thinkers who recognize the grave abuses of our present system, and the need of breaking the shackles which the interested beneficiaries and the disinterested but fanatical devotees of the past would impose upon us. Both thoroughly realize the absolute need that we shall move forward toward a definite goal, unless we are willing to see misfortune come to our people. But each is as far as possible from those unwise reformers who denounce everything that smacks of the past as vicious, and who consider all change of any kind as in itself beneficial. Both of them, and Mr. Lippmann especially so, are believers in a great increase in the application of the principle of collective action. But neither of them makes a fetish of ultra-collectivism any more than of ultra-individualism, and each is entirely fearless in opposing mischievous action, even although it is now or has been recently supported by the great majority of our people. Mr. Croly explicitly points out that the position which American conservatism has elected to defend arouses on the part of its defenders a sincere and admirable loyalty of conviction. He recognizes that our traditional constitutional system has had a long and honorable career, and has contributed enormously to American political and social prosperity, giving stability, order, and security to a new political experiment undertaken in a new country, under peculiarly hazardous and trying conditions. He also gives the wise warning that in order to attack the old system, progressivism must not occupy a position of mere nihilism, of mere destruction, that it must not represent wide-eyed and unbalanced seeking after an impossible millennium, and, furthermore, that it must be constructive rather than restorative. In his book he poses the 2 questions: 1. Whether any substitute is needed for the traditional system, and 2. Whether the progressive creed offers what can fairly be considered such a working substitute. He answers both questions in the affirmative, but the value of his book, although it consists partly in the working out of the definite conclusions he reaches, consists even more in the spirit in which he has attempted to reach these conclusions. Mr. Croly strikes at the root of the difficulties, encountered by men who seriously strive for a juster economic and social life, when he points out that the chief obstacles to securing the needed betterment are found in the legalism with which we have permitted our whole government to be affected, and in the extreme difficulty of amending the Constitution. As for the latter point, objection to an easier method of amending the Constitution can be reasonably advanced only by those who sincerely and frankly disbelieve in the fitness of the people for self-government. Government under a Constitution which in actual practice can be amended only on the terms which formerly permitted the Polish Parliament to legislate, and under a system of court procedure, which makes the courts the ultimate irresponsible interpreters of the Constitution, and therefore ultimately the irresponsible makers of the law under the Constitution, Such government really represents a system as emphatically undemocratic as government by a hereditary aristocracy. As Mr. Crawley says, what is needed is not to increase the power of Congress at the expense of the judiciary, or to conserve the power of the judiciary at the expense of Congress or of the executive, but to increase popular control over all the organs of government, and this can be accomplished only by the increase of direct popular power over the Constitution. No less admirable is Mr. Crawley's showing of the damage done to justice and to the whole democratic ideal by the saturation of our government with legalism. As he points out, the final outcome of this effort was to make the paralyzing of administration by law an everyday spectacle. Under such conditions, the ship of state merely drifted round and round. In practice, the public welfare was sedulously sacrificed to this theory of government by litigation. The law continually prevented the correction of abuses, and continually shielded officials who had gone wrong, but it never helped to make things go right. Corruption increased, and special privilege was fostered. In practice, the equal protection of the laws meant very unequal opportunity to bring lawsuits, and government by law was turned into government by corporations and political bosses. This continued until observers of vision finally became convinced that democracy and legalism were incompatible. The great corporation, the great corporate lawyer, and the boss are now merged together as representing rule over the people, and the demagogue, whose revolt occasionally tempers this far from beneficent despotism, often aggravates as many ills as he remedies. Mr. Crawley points out how direct government by the people themselves, entered into with wisdom and caution, offers, on the whole, not only the best, but the only real remedy for these abuses. He shows that to call pure democracy, quote, retrogressive, end quote, or a, quote, return to old forms, end quote, is a mere play upon words, of no more account than it would be to stigmatize in similar fashion the attempt to recover classic humanism after its eclipse in the Middle Ages. The adoption of direct government may in the end accomplish most of its purposes by reinvigorating representative government, and not the least interesting part of Mr. Crawley's book is a study of the method proposed in Oregon for achieving this result. Mr. Crawley emphatically believes in nationalizing our democracy, but this does not in the least mean mere centralization of power. On the contrary, he no more makes a fetish of centralization than of particularism. It is eminently desirable that we should keep in state and in city vigorous forms of local self-government. What is meant by the nationalization of the democratic method is the giving to the whole people themselves the power to do those things that are essential in the interest of the whole people. The dominant note of Mr. Lippmann's book is the insistence that in the present unrest there is altogether too much aimless drift, aimless beating of the waves to and fro, and that what is needed is a mastery of the movement, which can come in a democracy only if the people, or at least the leaders of the people, have the courage to face the facts and the wisdom and vision to think rationally about them. Mr. Lippmann, with caustic humor, shows the folly alike of the persons who believe in the non-existent virtues of a non-existent golden past, and of the persons who merely dream of a golden future, without making any sane effort to better conditions in the present. Too many of the dreamers of the last type refuse to confront the uncomfortable fact that in life retrogression is almost, and at times quite, as common as progress, and that there is no necessary truth whatever in the proposition that whatever is later in time is better in fact. He shows that no liberty worth having can come from a mere happy-go-lucky breaking of chains. Quote, "It is with emancipation that real tasks begin, and liberty is a searching challenge, for it takes away the guardianship of the master and the comfort of the priest." End quote. Two of the most fundamental and admirable chapters in Mr. Lippmann's book are those entitled, A Key to the Labor Movement, and A Nation of Villagers. In the former he makes the point, which cannot be too much insisted upon, that strong labor organizations are indispensable to progress. They not only benefit the persons who are thus organized, but they benefit society as a whole. It is the economic weakness and wretchedness of those who constitute the industrial workers of the world, which make the industrial workers of the world so potent a source of aimless, of merely destructive, unrest. It is the strength and economic power of the great brotherhoods of railway employees, and of similar effective labor organizations which have given, not merely dignity and strength to the labor movement, but also additional solidity to our social structure. Nowhere is Mr. Lippmann's clear sight and courage better shown than in his treatment of the trusts. During the past quarter of a century, probably more mischief has been done, and is now being done, by our treatment of the trusts than by any other phase of our governmental activity. He points out that the Sherman antitrust law has, on the whole, worked very great evil. Indeed, almost the only good that has been accomplished under it has been accomplished by the Northern Securities suit, and this merely by establishing the power of the national government to deal with corporations engaged in interstate business, a power secured by getting the Supreme Court to reverse a previous, most unwise and improper decision. The Sherman antitrust law should only remain as applicable to corporations which refuse to obey the decrees of an adequate, powerful administrative body in the nature of an interstate business commission. Mr. Lippmann is, with justice, equally severe upon those who have organized the trusts that do evil, and upon the professional antitrust leaders who have endeavored merely to break up the big business corporations and to secure the, quote, new freedom, end quote, by bringing us back to an era of unlimited and ruthless competition between small business concerns. He says, quite justly, that, quote, the stupid hostility of antitrust laws, end quote, has perverted all real constructive policy on the part of the nation and the states, has concentrated the thinking of our people on inessentials, has driven creative businessmen to underhanded methods, and has put a high money value on intrigue and legal cunning, demagoguery, and waste. Quote, the trusts have survived it all, but in mutilated form, the battered makeshifts of a trampled promise. They have learned every art of evasion, the only art reformers allowed them to learn, end quote. Of course, our policy as regards the trusts should be frankly to accept in its essentials the doctrine laid down by President Van Hise in his book entitled, quote, Combination and Control, end quote. Mr. Lippmann sees clearly, as does Mr. Crawley, that democracy cannot possibly be achieved save among a people fit for democracy. There can be no real political democracy unless there is something approaching an economic democracy. A democracy must consist of men who are intellectually, morally, and materially fit to be their own masters. There can be neither political nor industrial democracy unless people are reasonably well-to-do, and also reasonably able to achieve the difficult task of self-mastery. As Mr. Lippmann says, the first item in any rational program for a democratic state must be the insistence on a reasonably high minimum standard of life, and therefore of pay, for the average worker. It is not possible even for reformers of lofty vision and fine and sane judgment to treat of everything. Neither of these two books dwells sufficiently upon, although both of them hint at, certain vital facts which are connected with a further fundamental fact, that there must be ample prosperity in the nation. Public welfare depends upon general public prosperity, and the reformer whose reforms interfere with the general prosperity will accomplish little. We cannot pay for what the highest type of democracy demands unless there is a great abundance of prosperity. A business that does not make money necessarily pays bad wages and renders poor service. Merely to change the ownership of the business without making it yield increased profits will achieve nothing. In practice, this means that when the nation suffers from hard times, wage workers will concern themselves, and must concern themselves, primarily with a return to good times, and not with any plan for securing social and industrial justice. If women cannot get any work, and nevertheless have to live, they will be far more concerned with seeing a factory opened in which they can work at night, or work 12 hours every day, than they are concerned with the abolition of night work or the limitation of hours of labor. Exactly the same is true of men. In the recent election in Pennsylvania, the majority of the miners and wage workers generally voted for the Republican machine, although this Republican machine had just defeated a Workmen's Compensation Act, a child labor law, a minimum wage for women law, and various other bits of very desirable labor legislation. The attitude of the wage workers was perfectly simple. They wished employment. They wished a chance to get a job. They believed that they had more chance if the candidates of the Republican machine were elected than they would otherwise have. Personally, I very strongly believed that they were in error, but it was their belief that counted. The average voter usually sees what he is voting about in very simple form. He does not regard the political picture as an etching and follow out the delicate tracery. He treats it as a circus poster, in which the colors are in very vivid contrast and are laid on with a broad brush. When the average man feels the pinch of poverty, the only things he sees in the political picture are the broad, vivid colors which in his mind deal with that particular matter. He wishes to have his material condition improved at the present time, or in the immediate future, and for the moment questions of ultimate betterment, and especially of moral betterment, sink into abeyance. This attitude is in no way peculiar to the laboring man or the farmer. It is just as evident in the big businessman and in his college-bred son, and in the wealthy clubs of which these two make up most of the membership. Finally, it is imperative to count the cost of all reforms, and therefore to remember that only a wealthy state can spend money sufficient to embody the reform into law. There is no point in having prosperity unless there can be an equitable division of prosperity. But there can be no equitable division of prosperity until the prosperity is there to divide. All reformers with any wisdom will keep this fact steadily in mind, and will realize that it is their duty in all legislation to work for the general prosperity of the community, and this in spite of the further fact that no good comes from the performance of this first duty unless some system of equity and justice is built upon the prosperity thus secured. End of 2 noteworthy books on democracy by Theodore Roosevelt.